Very good morning and namaste, Your Excellency Ambassador Tanmay Lal, our speakers and the audience who are joining us here at E22 on Campus Gotland and who are joining us virtually. My name is Rupali Mehra and I'm one of the co-organizers of Engaging India at Almedalen, which is now celebrating its 4th edition. We organize this along with two more co-organizers, which is Dr. Swaminathan, who is with Deloitte and Uppsala, as well as Professor Emeritus Uwe Ronstrom, who I'll be inviting shortly. I'm very glad that all of you are here, and a special thank you to our Indian guests who have come to attend Almedalen Week. So welcome to our very beautiful island of Gotland. This year, in fact, Almedalen Week is celebrating its 55th year, and this is Almedalen Week, which started 55 years ago, is a venue where about 20 to 25,000 people come here for 5 to 7 days to discuss, to debate, to network, to talk about the most pressing issues of our time, which is climate action, it's sustainability, it is about geopolitics, about education. There are a variety of issues. But the idea of Almedalen Week is that everyone gets a chance to have a conversation, everyone gets a chance to network and meet and build partnerships. And that's how we started Engaging India at Almedalen as well, because the idea was that if we want to build partnerships and if we truly want to make a change in the world for a better future and work together on climate action, then we need to talk with each other. And what better way than actually having people from different parts of the world, from India and Sweden, and hopefully we can expand to other parts of the world as well, but get them on the same platform to share their ideas and to co-solution and to create. I would like to quickly run through the agenda if you can up next. There we are. So we are a little late, but we will begin with an opening address with Professor Emeritus Uwe Ronstrom, followed by the ambassador address, a keynote address by our speaker who has come down from India, Mr. Mayank Singhal, the Vice Chairman and Managing Director of PI Industries, and then setting the context by Dr. Swaminathan Ramanathan, and then we start off the presentations for the last mile challenges, where we have Viral Thakkar, who's joining us from India, who's come down from India as well, Henrik Johansson, who Spaudi is in India as well as Sweden, Alexander Klausner, the Chief Scientific Officer of PI Industries, and then we take a small, then we in fact have a panel discussion, followed by a fika break, because fika is extremely important in Sweden here, and then we have a special talk on how did India build for $1 billion and what next, followed by a case study presentation on what's happening in digital transformation in India. And then a third panel, followed by a closing session by Professor Emeritus Uwe Ronstrom and Dr. Swaminathan. So with this, I would like to invite the co-organizer of Engaging India at Almedalen, Professor Emeritus Uwe Ronstrom. He wears many hats. He is a celebrated ethnologist, but with that, he is also a Riksspelman. He has been awarded by the King of Sweden for his contribution to music, Swedish music, and somebody who has been studying sustainability from various perspectives, but a very humanistic point of view as well, Uwe, isn't it? Yes. And the stage is yours now.
Yes, thank you. Is this on here, or do I have to press anything here?
I know your mic is on. Yeah.
But
on
yeah,
you,
but
yeah.
this, but am I? Can you hear me now? Also from here? Okay, then I'll start here. So, distinguished guests and in place and online, Your Excellency. In place and online, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of India to Sweden, and panelists and participants, welcome. The theme of the seminar this year, as in previous years, is of course sustainability and sustainable development, and in particular how collaboration between partners in Sweden and India could get us where we want to go. This morning I would like to start by with a reference to one of the great epic tales. I'm a folklorist, remember? So I will start by great epic tales. I'm a folklorist, remember? So I will start by reference to one of the great epic tales of the last century, the 20th century, The Lord of the Rings. In the middle, in this epic tale, there is a scene where everything changes, when the story takes on a new turn and all the problems that have been waiting over some time seem to be able to get resolved. This is when this small guy, Frodo, the hobbit, steps forward and says, "Yes, I will take the ring, though I do not know the way." Lord of the Ring is a modern, or perhaps better, a modern tale. It's an epic tale of the 20th century. And as in any such modernist tale, the twist is the fight between the good. Now, of course, as you know, represented by the Frodo and his hobbit friends and the Fellowship of the Ring. And then the evil, of course, represented by Sauron and his retinue of ghosts and orcs. And as in any modernist tale, there is a solution. It's difficult to reach, of course, but still it's possible after heroic sacrifices from a few chosen individuals. And without doubt, mission to sustainability is the great epic of our time, of this century, and the best step for mankind than any moon landing. And as in all great tales, also in this adventure, there is the battle between the good and the evil. Protagonists are, of course, all of us, we who look for solutions. We are all Frodos, or should be, or become Frodos. We should step forward and say, "Yes, I will take the ring, but I do not know the way." But unfortunately, we are also the protagonists. We are the orcs. We are the Saurons. In this postmodern apocalyptic tale of the Anthropocene, the stage is all ours. We are our own enemy. The problem to be resolved is our ways of consuming the space for life on planet Earth. So like Frodo, we have a mission to accomplish and do not know the way, where to go. But unlike Frodo, there's no final solution in the singular. So what to do then when we are both Frodo and Sauron? When we don't know the way, we have no map, and when the mission to be accomplished is an abstraction, yet without concrete content. This word, sustainability. Sustainability is a wicked problem. It is a notoriously difficult and ambiguous concept, powerful, globalizing, totalizing, and with an unusual agency and also a pronounced moral, ethical, and political charge that we have not seen much of before. This is a very unusual concept. It's based on insights on the biosphere as a non-negotiable boundary for human living space on planet Earth. And the core of its agency is this moral imperative that sets up the world as one, establishing a totalizing we, humankind, compels us all to act now, or it will be late. This is a risky position. What generations of ethnologists, culture studies persons, folklorists have shown in relation to culture and culture policies at large is how such we's and the impetus to act now only too easily sets reflection aside, reduces complexity, and turns a blind eye to the consequences. Everything that can be used can be misused and abused. Unwanted side effects, counterproduction should not come as a surprise, since, as you know, Stephen Hawking, a scholar of the verse, he teaches us that anything that can happen will happen. It's the fundamental law of the universe. So what we do will bring about things we did not expect. Because life is such a complex phenomenon, it's impossible to determine what will actually happen when we act to make something happen. So again, sustainability is a must. We need to find solutions to all kinds of problems to create a path towards sustainability, although do not yet know if that path exists. It leads, we must seek it or risk a very difficult future. And solutions, yes, they exist. Only here in Almedalen at the previous editions, we have heard about many creative solutions, difficult problems, which will make or have already made a difference. New technological innovations are definitely a way to build a road towards sustainability. But since sustainability is such a wicked problem, there's always a risk that the solutions we set up produce other and perhaps even more difficult problems to solve. Examples, medications that have risk to kill the patients are plenty. The two well-knowns are, of course, Freon in refrigerators and lead in gasoline. These two ideas to solve a given problem were created big other problems like the ozone hole and toxic lead in nature, water and food. And there is now a rush to find solutions to sustainability problems, a rush to find paths to a sustainable world, and we are compelled to act and to act now. But again, this is a risky position. Inventive innovations are therefore necessary in two equally important area fields. And one concerns the actual technical, economical, legal, social issues that are at stake to be dealt with. But the second concerns reflexivity, thinking about how we think about problems and solutions, to be able to avoid unwanted side effects, the counterproduction that may otherwise take us in the wrong direction. And it has long been the task of humanists to critically question, review, problematize, relativize knowledge. And my conviction as a humanist is that it is exactly what we need to do now, but perhaps on a larger scale and in much closer collaboration with natural scientists, with technicians, with doctors, lawyers, and all the others who work with sustainability solutions. The innovations, they all work complicated enough, but counterproductive is no less complicated. And it will require innovative thinking about how we think about innovative thinking across all established disciplines. Immediate action is required for sure, but the most immediate action we need is most likely to sit down and think about what we are thinking about. To end, a return to the Lord of the Rings might be warranted. In the tale, life on planet Earth is in big trouble, but there is still hope. Right before the final against the enemy begins, Aragorn, who is, of course, the great hero, the fairy tale prince of the white horse, he steps up and speaks to her. He says, "I see in your eyes the same fear that would take the heart out of me. A day may come when the courage of men fails, when we forsake our friends, break all bonds of fellowship, but it is not this day. A day may come when the age of men comes crashing down, but it is not day. This day we fight by all that you hold on this good earth." I think this is a good place to start it. This day is not the day when we surrender. This day is when we fight for all that we hold dear on planet Earth. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Uwe. That 2023 is a crucial year for India and Sweden. India holds the G20 presidency of 2023. holds the EU presidency. This is also 75 years of India-Sweden diplomatic relations. So what better time to get talking at a platform which is growing and providing more avenues for engagement. And we are so proud and so honored that we get the support from the of India to Sweden, Ambassador Tanmay Lal. And Ambassador, there is across the world about a lot of interest on India, right? And many do also say that perhaps it's time for India. To share more details on that, and I can take you through the. Yeah, here's your present. You can click on that.
Thank you. Good morning, all of you, and to Rupali and Dr. Swami, Professor Uwe. This is now my third edition with you, and the platform is expanding. And thank you for these efforts to build a broader understanding about India. We could think of why India and why at this stage, why now? So of course, it's a very large economy, the largest population, which means everything that is involved, opportunities, innovation, talent pool, but it's also an open democracy and of that size, which is quite unique. And there is real transformation going on at this stage in India. So you have the scale, the speed, and context. So all these things, and that is why we are asking you to engage in and engage now. I have some slides and yeah. Yeah. Thanks. So I said, why should Sweden be interested in engaging? Sweden, of course, is a very, very external-oriented economy and nation. So if you look at the collective economic future in terms of the scale and speed of changes that is going on, if you see the talent pool that come in to achieve many of the things that all countries have to do, and if you see all the global challenges that are from climate change to peace and security to pandemic, whatever India is doing or is able to do has implications globally. Of course, it is the 5th largest economy now, and within the has changed very, very rapidly. Only 10 years ago, to be the 11th largest, and within 5 years, within 10 years, it is now the 5th largest. And estimates are that it is very soon going to be the 3rd largest. So that shows you the speed of the change that is taking place. Of course, 1/6 of the global population. And it is estimated that going forward in the next 5 years, 13% of the global economic growth will come from India. If you look at the data and demographic dividend in the sense of the scale of data required for any sector of economy today, and also the young talent pool of that size is only available in India now. And there is a big digital and green transition going on. So again, a lot of opportunities. If we just look at rankings on innovation, within the last 7 years, India has jumped more than 40 places. And you're aware that it's now the 3rd largest ecosystem for startups, starting almost from nowhere. Much of the things that are going on, big-scale economic reforms that were badly needed, a complete infrastructure upgrade, and the digital and the green transition. What is happening is that because of the digital transformation, the economy is being transformed from a cashless to cash-based, from cash-based to cashless, online from offline, and a very formal from an informal economy earlier. So all that means that it's much easier to do business in India. If we see the infrastructure, again, the scale of what is being achieved is big. 11,000 kilometers of highways being built. Recently, there were reports about more than 100 kilometers of highways being built in 100 hours. Railways, for example, 4,500 route kilometers built every year, which is roughly what you have in Austria or Switzerland. Airports, again, massive numbers. Ports, again, big investment going into all this infrastructure thing. And this is really the basis for the economic transformation that is going on. If you look at the digital transformation, the model that has come up in India is very different from what we have seen in other parts of the world, whereas the so-called public infrastructure in terms of digital sphere has been built by the government. So it's built as a public good, and it is an open source platform. So whether it is the digital identity for all the 1.3, 1.4 billion Indians, the documentation in terms of digital documentation sharing, and the digital payments. So all these have been built, these layers have been built for the so-called iStack by the government. And then, since it is an open source, the private sector can build their own applications on it. So it is checking many, many boxes in terms of e-governance, efficiency, transparency, and also competitiveness, because it allows free competition. And so you are seeing a boom in terms of fintech, edutech, and all the other basic sectors. And now this will go on to credit and loans and e-commerce on these open platforms. So largest startup ecosystem, a young population, which is for the next 2 to 3 decades, 25 to 30 years, it is estimated that it'll be a very young working population, and the scale of that is not available elsewhere. Again, all the economic growth forecasts are quite positive at this stage. This is some just trying to show the exponential graph that is being witnessed in the various sectors in India. So smartphones are almost everywhere, and the cost of mobile data has really crashed. Can we have the volume, please?
And the IMF says that India has one of the fastest growth rates of digital payments of any nation in the world. But just a few years ago, India's financial landscape looked completely different.
Most of the transactions used to happen in cash. So cash was king. Only a small subset of merchants had point-of-purchase machines. So if you landed in India today, you'd see the ubiquitous QR code. Even the chai wala on the street brandishing the QR codes.
Real-time payment systems are revolutionizing the financial landscape. And India is at forefront, with highest number of real-time digital payment transactions in the world. India's Unified Payment Interface, or UPI, is at the core of this transformation. With UPI, anyone can make payment through a mobile phone. Government benefits and subsidies are directly transferred to the accounts of the beneficiaries through Aadhaar payment bridge system. All citizens can now pay their bills through Bharat Bill payment system. And even low-cost mobile phone users can receive cashless payments UPI. Singapore is the first country with which India has the real-time cross-border remittance corridor. In UAE, Bhutan and Singapore, UPI is already accepted at merchant locations.
This mentions Singapore, UAE and Bhutan, but now there are many other countries who are also have joined this, and increasingly the interoperability and the the availability of these platforms will be in many more countries. If you look at what has been achieved in very recent past in terms of the pandemic, which was not so long ago, again, the Indian ecosystem was able to show the scale at which it can operate in getting the vaccines made or in getting the vaccination done.
$25 million vaccinations in a single day, 1 billion doses in 10 months, and now 2 billion doses. 4 vaccines in use for adults, 2 for children. India launched its COVID vaccination drive on the 16th of January 2021, and since then has progressively expanded coverage to protect more and more people against the biggest public health threat in living memory. Vaccination coverage at such a scale would not have been possible in record time without the collaborative efforts of the Government of India, state and union territory governments, scientists, vaccine manufacturers, partner agencies, and the country's highly motivated health workforce. I congratulate India's leadership, health workforce, and citizens for the success of the vaccination drive. India's pandemic response has moved forward in the true spirit of Jan Andolan, or people's movement. Every citizen felt included. Everybody played their part. Everyone's query was addressed, and rumors and fears were identified and dispelled. WHO is privileged to continue supporting the Government of India's COVID response. India has also demonstrated exemplary leadership in providing COVID-19 vaccines for distribution to low and middle income countries to support the global fight to end the pandemic. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. No one is safe till everyone is safe. India has demonstrated how we can move forward as one world. A prepared India is a prepared world.
Well, I think this showed that even at a very, very difficult and challenging time for not only the world, but also for India, the ecosystem was able to pull together and achieve something which was looking extremely difficult, extremely challenging. So within 18 months, more than 2 billion doses of vaccines were administered across India. And now, of course, the figure for the vaccines that were made in India and went out was almost 250 million, sent to over 100 countries under various programs, including grants. For a long time, infrastructure and the manufacturing has been a difficult area in India, but now much is changing.
दुनिया का हाईएस्ट रेलवे ब्रिज, द चेनाब ब्रिज, 1315 मीटर लंबा, नदी के तल से 359 मीटर की ऊंचाई पर बना और 467 मीटर के आर्च से सजा ये पुल आईफिल टावर और स्टैच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी जैसी इमारतों से भी ऊंचा है.
Project has set a benchmark in both in terms of quality and engineering.
तो चलिए मनाली से लेह को जोड़ती इस टनल की सैर पर चलते हैं. मॉडर्न इंजीनियरिंग का एक ऐसा अजूबा जो दुनिया में और कहीं नहीं है. सुरक्षा के सारे इंतजामों पर बारीकी से नजर रखता ये मास्टर कंट्रोल रूम भी है.
Mumbai Trans Harbour Link is being built at a cost of over $2 billion. The MTHL, after completion, will cater to around 70,000 vehicles.
India's financial capital city, Mumbai, is waterlogged on 3 sides, making connectivity an absolute necessity. And to improve this, the longest sea bridge in India is set to open soon in Mumbai. It is also the 12th longest sea bridge in the world. It has been claimed that the Mumbai Trans-Harbour Link will change the way people commute in the city. The total length is about 21.8 kilometers, sea length is about 16.5 kilometers, and land length about 5.5 kilometers. The bridge will begin in Sauri, South Mumbai. It will cross the Thani Creek north of Elephant Island and will terminate at Chile near Nhava Sheva. It will be a 6-lane bridge and would cater to 70,000 vehicles daily. The proposed vehicle speed will be 100 km per hour, thanks to the open tolling system where vehicles would not have to stop on the bridge for paying toll.
Vande Bharat has been completely indigenously manufactured and attains speed of 160 kilometers in 145 seconds.
If we look at the scientific field, whether it is polar research or nuclear or space research, again, a lot of work is going on. We are looking at a human space mission possibly next year. Deep ocean mission also is underway. And India is participating in almost all the mega science international projects, with Indian companies contributing to a lot of the construction in various mega science projects. Space, defense, geospatial sectors have all been opened up, and numerous space tech startups have already started building rockets and satellites and other applications. All this manufacturing and changes are now taking place in an environment when you need to do it much more in a climate-friendly manner. And again, very, very massive efforts are underway on this, from solar to wind to many other sectors. Very, very ambitious targets are being set up and being achieved. According to this study, both Sweden and India are among the countries who are on the way to achieving good progress. If we also look at the bigger picture in terms of various global challenges, whether it is peacekeeping or humanitarian affairs, again, India is very, very active at the global level. Or if we see the development partnership, so not only bilaterally, but we are doing it with the UN, with Brazil and South Africa and many other partner countries in a trilateral fashion also. So India has also the platforms with Africa, with Caribbean community and Pacific Islands, where India engages very, very closely with all these partner nations. India is also currently, as you know, the G20 presidency, but we are taking the concerns of the so-called Global South to that platform. In terms of many international initiatives, especially on the climate change, where India is very actively engaged, is of course the Solar Alliance, but also the Leadership Group on Industry Transition, Lead IT, where now, when this was started in 2019, and we already, by India and Sweden, and we already have 36 partners. I see Per Arne here, the head of the Secretariat for Lead IT. And it's encouraging various big companies in the hard-to-abate sectors to commit to net zero targets and then see what financial and technological solutions can be shared. If we quickly have a look at the India-Sweden context, the business environment looks good. There's a number of companies from either side that are engaging with each other is growing very fast. In the last 6 months alone, for example, there have been several business delegations.
and energizing its partnership with India is a priority in this upcoming decade. Both our regions are driving forces in the digital revolution. And as like-minded partners, the European Union and India will be working on several tracks. We have launched negotiations on a free trade agreement, as well as on investment protection and geographical indications. For Europe, this is a strategic investment in our partnership with India. For India and the European Union are closely aligned in the fight against climate change and of course have understood how precious solar energy is. Both India and the European Union have embarked on their way to net zero. We are the two largest democracies in the world. And together, we have a lot to give for the benefit of the people.
There was mention made of the FTA negotiations, but we also have just now started the Trade and Technology Council, which the EU only has with the US as the other partner. The TTC refers to the whole global context and the need for rules-based approaches to trade, technology, and innovation based on democratic principles and the talent pool that is available. The first ministerial meeting was held last month. These are some of the sectors that it looks at, and if you see what highlighted is the trustworthy AI, strategic semiconductor sector, and interoperability. A similar thing is now started in the India-US context, which is the initiative on critical and emerging technologies, and the first meeting between the national security advisors took place very recently, and all these similar technology areas were mentioned, including defense and space. Last week, Prime Minister Modi was in US, and the joint statement talks about technology partnership, next generation defense partnership, clean energy, and strategic convergence. I'm mentioning these to show the context in which the world is seeing India at this stage. So these are some of the new frameworks that have become active, both Quad and I2U2. If you look at Nordic context, Sweden hosted the first India-Nordic summit in 2018, and last year we had the second summit in Copenhagen. A month ago, our External Affairs Minister was here for the EU Indo-Pacific Ministerial. Again, if we see the last 6 months alone, so many ministerial engagements have taken place, both visits from India to Sweden and from Sweden to India.
India is a country on the move, where exciting things are happening. The relationship between India and Sweden is stronger than ever, and the innovation partnership has really become a cornerstone of our bilateral collaboration. It is a vehicle for co-creation and co-development aiming to solve big challenges in areas such as green transition, clean energy, health, and transportation. India has the speed, the scale, and the talent pool of the world's largest democracy. India is also rapidly becoming an innovation powerhouse, climbing from rank 81 to rank 40 in the Global Innovation Index in just a few years. When we combine the strengths of Indian and Swedish innovation systems, we can create breakthrough solutions that benefit our economies, while also helping us reach the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement. More than 50,000 people of Indian descent live in Sweden. They actively contribute to our society, many in the field of innovation. We should therefore explore how we can strengthen the human dimension of innovation, not least by encouraging mobility for talented innovators and researchers. India has become a booming startup country with more than 100 unicorn companies in 2022. India is a highly prioritized and important partner for my government, and we will continue to invest in and develop this relationship in the years to come.
I also think of the constructive ways that our relationship has impacted the world. India raised the profile of the first UN conference on climate, held in Stockholm in 1972, and ensured its success. Today we are leading the way as the co-chairs of Lead It, the leadership group for industry transition, as we led public and private sector to achieve net zero emissions. Indeed, in recent years, our partnership has intensified with state visits in 2015 and 2019 and regular and close cooperation between our prime ministers. Contact has been maintained during the pandemic with virtual ministerial interactions, signings of memoranda of understanding, and everyday cooperation in innovation, health and energy, to name a few areas. We look forward to developing the EU's focus on India. This is testament to the importance India carries for Sweden, which will only increase as the Indian economy grows and exchange between our countries continue.
India and Sweden are so very close in minds, and we have had diplomatic relations. We have companies, 260 of them, many of them who have been here for 100 years. We have been here for, as they say, the long haul, and we intend to remain here because we can see that there is so much cooperation going on with Indian IT engineers going to Sweden, with Swedish companies being present here in India, and we would like to expand that.
The great Indo-Swedish potential, so that our close partnership can deliver more sustainable growth, jobs, and innovation over the next 25 years. And during my visit in December, we further advanced this goal through signing the most comprehensive Indo-Swedish Joint Commission protocol yet. Internationally, through our parallel presidencies of the European Union and the G20, we are also taking on important global responsibilities. For Sweden, it is of course an opportunity to push for closer EU-India relations, including a free trade agreement and a trade and technology council. I would also like to take this opportunity to move beyond trade figures, even though I am an economist, and consider what money can't buy: our unique people-to-people connection.
I think on that note, I'll end this presentation. I'm sorry it has been a bit long, but I thought it was important to see somewhat broader context. So thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Very interesting insights, taking us through the journey of what's happening in India in terms of the way India is developing and at the pace at which it is developing, and also the partnership between Sweden and India and the progress that it has made. So thank you once again for these insights. I'm now honored to introduce a very special guest today, our keynote speaker, Mr. Mayank Singhal. He's the Vice Chairman and Managing Director of PI Industries. And for almost 3 decades, he has been an integral part of PI's growth story, where he has pioneered unique business models in the industry, as well as investments in cutting-edge research and technology. Mr. Mayank Singhal has also championed PI's industry vision of reimagining a healthier planet by incorporating ESG and sustainable growth as a focus area for his company. He's also on the advisory board on the Boston University Institute of Global Sustainability. He's been nominated by the Government of India's Department of Science and Technology to be on the governing board of Indo-US S&T Forum, which is a science and technology forum. And he's also on the board of several companies in India, including PI Life Science Research and PILL Finance and Investment, TP Build Tech, Fratelli Wines, and Crop Life India. Finally, he has also been recognized as Asia's most promising business leader by the Economic Times and been named as CEO of the Year by the Business Today media house. I would like to welcome you, Mr. Mayank Singhal, and thank you so much for coming from India all the way to Almedalen Week. Welcome.
Good morning. Can I be heard? Yes. So thank you. I think, first of all, thank you, Ambassador, for a very encouraging notes on India. And I think it raises my hair as an Indian and makes me very proud of where India is going into the future. And that's the beginning of many things to come in India. And the transformation we have seen in the last 10 years and what we're going to see over the next 10 years is going to be only 4x, is what I believe, because that's the way India is poised to be. So let me first start with a warm welcome to the Honorable Ambassador of India in Sweden, Latvia, Shri Tanmay Lalji, and distinguished guests and participants, Professor Ovu, Rupali, and Dr. Swaminathan for putting this great event together. Good morning. It's really a nice and sunny day out here and getting warm, which is again another indicator how global warming is taking over our lives. And as the Swedish say findag, and the Swedish say each day, each other during very short summer. Such a day is ideal for fresh ideas and thoughts and conversation. It is indeed a pleasure to deliver the keynote address in the 4th edition of Engaging India at Almedalen. I'm aware the rich history of this event and the week that have been spent over the last 55 years of this event. The democratic roots includes culture, and look at Almedalen Week echoes the old Indian ethos of Vasudevan Kutumbam that looks at the world as one family. The 3 C's of connection, collaboration, and cooperation are the co-pillar of that ethos. We are all connected to each other, of course, not just philosophically, but in human sense, but also in the real practical manner. Today, more than ever, it's a point that is ironically reflected in the state of our planet. You are an extremely knowledgeable audience. Of course, we don't need me to tell you about the status and the health of our planet. Suffice to say, what you are and I do today will impact somewhere tomorrow and the day after, next generations to come. The key question for all of us today is this: how do we become sensitive, thoughtful, and mindful of our actions today? The question is not very easy and needs to be talked to each other. One complex issue like climate justice, per capita emissions, and net climate positive actions, but also the elephant in the room is like unfulfilled commitments of global north in providing climate finance to global south. There should be no place to hide if you are committed to a fair and just transition to a climate positive economy. There is no option but to talk to each other and at equal terms. This means the 4th C, which is conversation. Deep and meaningful conversations lead to genuine connections. And the genuine connections are the first step of building a trusted base of relationships and cooperations. Such cooperations are a regular basis to set us all for a fruitful journey of collaboration. So I call the 4th C, modern engineering, recalibration, presence of the planet. We all are, after all, but one species of the planet, which is filled with diversities of flora, fauna, and land and water. Engaging India and Almedalen encompasses both the initiative conversational spirits of Almedalen Week and deeply sensitive cultural ethos of and Sweden's long arm of balance, and that not of too much, not too little. Philosophically, of life. The global is also ongoing with rapid changes. An unpopular and bipolar world has already given the way of multilateral world. Multilateralism is here to stay, and the only question is how quickly we can adopt ourselves to this change. India has also changed along with the world. Yes, India has diverse, colorful, inclusive policies, and the land of yoga, music, philosophy, and Ayurveda. This is India 1.0. The new India, as I call it, is entrepreneurial, innovative, creative, solving complex social challenges and planetary problems, and at a scale, as very well demonstrated by and shown through various communications by our Honorable Ambassador. The new, for example, has the fastest growing ecosystem. More than 100 unicorns are there which are bringing in sustainable solutions with focused on ethical sourcing, certified supply chains, carbon, no carbon products and services. Another example, rapid strides have been made by installing clean energy. Clean energy, the Indians is the 5th largest capacity in the world, grown by 250 times over the last five years, solving the problem at scale. Another example, how India is thinking. India is showing the world how solutions can be brought sustainably and ecologically sensitive matters. India's ambition for green economy is global. Under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Modi ji, at COP26, he has committed to net zero emission at 2070. It is a significant commitment of a country that is the capacity of growth, headroom for development, and is in the initial stages of development, as I say, to where it looks at leading as a leading economy of the world. These achievements showcase all the seriousness of India and its insistent commitment to the climate situations and its actions. I now call this India 2.0. The core operation remains the same. Powered by an ancient and time-tested civilization, ethos and code, while the offerings layer on top of the OS and the next generation challenges, showcasing the potential of the future of a sustainable business model. I cannot help but to struck by the parallel of India 2.0 with Swedish and the Nordic model of development, where centrality of the Scandinavian culture has consistently remained strong even while innovation, design thinking, and technological advancements of the world in a sensitive manner. One doesn't need to think beyond 3 points. The seat belt, which was invented right here by Volvo engineer Nils, the ethos-driven innovation, where the innovator saw its contribution to the world. Bollum did not even patent these 3 points of the and now a critical life-saving feature in all automobiles and transportations across the world. My personal belief that the science-based and engineering-focused solutions are the core to entrepreneurship. And entrepreneurship is about realizing the full value of an idea. And Indian entrepreneurs are very well versed with this to deal with any kind of challenges that come that way. And I mean not just financial value. It's about a value of realizing the value that you're contributing and giving back to society, and how you can help the world in a larger way. It is very much built into the Indian DNA. I come back to Boland. His innovation was contributed to society in a true value and can never be measured financially. It is at this point I must briefly touch upon our company, PI Industries. We are a homegrown Indian company. We are razor-focused on innovation, science, solutions to provide greener and healthier solutions for the well-being of humans and mankind. With the nutrition, complementedness, and all social outcomes, we are focusing with a larger purpose of a healthier planet. We, as old as the nation, as old as the relationship with Sweden, 75-year-old company entering the 76th year, another perspective of an old Indian company and relationships with Sweden with more than 75 years. We are now deepening this whole understanding into our social and environmental responsibility into our DNA. ESG now is the way of life at PI. We just don't know that this is what we need to do, but there's been a way of life at PI. Even before this came into focus, we started to work in this line way back in the last 20 years. Today, I'm proud to say, even in the first assessments of S&P Global, PI stood among the top 10 and rated in the 90th quartile of the S&P rating of our ESG framework. We'll be also coming up with integrated reporting as a part of this drive in DNA. This whole DNA has now been encompassed into not only the PI family, but anybody who touches the PI family. And this has been put as the compass. A model of ethical north that reforms our mission and our purpose and responsibility to sensible and mindful growth. We will make PI the most sustainable company in the world, contributing, built out of India. To that end, we are fundamentally pivoted with R&D-driven solutions, amongst the top 10 innovators in India for having filed the top largest patents over last year, going into the position of nature, which is our teacher. Our innovations are focused on the learning from nature, mimicking it, and working harmoniously with science, chemistry, and philosophy, with biology and human mankind to deliver its own innovations to the world. I'm sure my colleagues will speak a bit more about this in sessions to come. But we in the heart of PR are driven to transforming India and the agricultural space with the highest potential, the space of health sciences as the other big potential, as is shown by the ambassador here, to say how we can contribute in greater and successful being of human mankind. This brings me to my final leg of address. What are the opportunities for Sweden and India as a part of the 4C model? We both have strong democratic credentials and a deep-rooted ethos. The opportunity I see India and Sweden leverage is to the togetherness of the world's benefit in the emerging area of green economy. With the great human Indian minds, the scientific pool, the great creativity in understanding the economic balances, Swedish model of development in the world renowned with inclusive being people-centric. Lesser known, but equally important is the Indian entrepreneurial traditions. That's the way of focus on sensitive and inclusive community. Just an example, India is probably the only country where corporates contribute 2% of their profits as part of social development plans. That shows the way and thinking in the Indian culture of giving to society. It is visible in the key educational, medical, and communities and institutions that have built together the trust and donation and philanthropic contributions Indians have made. Under the aegis of Honorable Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson, Sweden plays a critical role in the green revolution and transition of the green economy. Its links to Europe, long-term competitiveness, and focus on a shift from fossil dependency to fossil-free economy is critical for several companies, and all corporations would be required with partnerships and collaborate for climate-positive development for growth. My vision to see Sweden and India co-create a new sustainable business model, one that combines sensitivity with growth, inclusion, ecology, mindfulness. The cultural foundations are already there. India's concept of Shunya, which is zero thinking, when nothing ever is considered as waste, and critically extremely relevant for the world looking to pivot from a use and throw economy to one of a reuse, reduce, recycle, and reuse. Similarly, the Sweden concept of longum and balance is what is needed for a thoughtful and mindful approach of life, and differentiate between need and greed. The health planet is about criticality. After all, natural intelligence does not tag something as useful as something else as waste. Sweden and India both have innate sensibility of deep connection to nature, about the world differently. This might appear to be a dream, but all actions are born with a dream. I would say, let's work together, India, build India, see India, and create for the world and make the world a greener place. So thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Mayank Singhal, for taking us through the journey of India's industry and how we can build stronger partnerships, and a big welcome, of course, to the Swedish industry to come and partner with India. And with that, I'd also like to call the co-organizer of Engaging India at Almedalen, Dr. Swaminathan Ramanathan. Dr. Swaminathan is Director with Strategy and ESG Climate at Deloitte, as well as researcher and a lecturer at Uppsala University. So he's been at the sort of crossroads at academia and industry through his career. Welcome. And if you can, Swami, explain to us how, set the context for us really when we talk about co-solutioning, what we mean. If you could share those details, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Am I? Thank you so much. First of all, welcome to everyone, and thank you so much, Ambassador Melalji, for setting such a great context of India, and thank you, Mr. Singhal, for putting across the overall thought architecture of we can move forward in terms of India and Sweden coming together and going forward. So we've seen in many places a lot of talk about collaboration, cooperation, conversation. So in all of these words, you see the being there. And unless you're not able to, so the way we were thinking about it, this is the 4th year of engaging India at Almedalen. We started with broad ideas, basic ideas, diverse ideas coming together. And we've now reached a stage where I think everyone in this room knows about the problems connected to sustainability. We don't have a good planet. I don't think we need to do too much of diagnostics or do more research. But everyone that I speak to seems to be saying that, yes, problems, what are the solutions? And the solution usually sort of looks at 2 levels. One is the kind of technology solutions that we are able to bring to the table. We're able to go ahead and collaborate, the different kinds of investments that we're able to bring together. But there's also other little bit of a first principles architecture, saying that you are able to collaborate and cooperate and bring in a co-solutioning aspect only when you are able to speak to each other in a respectful and direct manner, a manner where the power dynamics between who you're speaking to, so do you speak to someone or do you speak with someone? So I think the 2 are very, very important concepts. So the whole idea of co-solutioning is something that we've looked at from the point of view of going and getting conversations going, getting some of the connections going. I think Uwe brought about something very, very powerful. He brought about this whole idea of a singular story, right? And in many ways, start going ahead and looking at stories as multiple stories, multiple vantage points, newer areas of growth, newer regions, new ways of innovation, different ways of looking at societal problems at scale. You are, by default, you have no other option but go ahead and bring in other stakeholders, other growth areas. So it could be in India, it could be places in Africa, it could be Sweden for sure. Reason why Sweden has a unique in history is the democratic ethos that it brings to the table. It has always been diverse, and Almedalen Week in many ways is a representative of what Sweden brings to the table for the world. And what Mr. Singhal, the ambassador, and the other participants from India would also bring to the table is the fact that we, as Indians, also come with a deeply diverse democratic ethos. Some may call it chaotic, but we call it as a way to go ahead and solve problems. So that's the whole idea of co-solutioning for the planet. I won't take too much amount of time, and I hand it over back to Rupali. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Swaminathan, laying the context. And we have very interesting presentations that are going to come up now. We've tied three innovations together, largely on food production, but they are solutions from different parts of the world. It's from Sweden as well as from India. But what's really tying them together is that can we make food more sustainable, and can we make food production more sustainable in India, but for the rest of the world as well. And I'd like to start with introducing Viral Thakur. He's partner and sustainability leader at Deloitte India. Viral works with clients on ESG strategy and transformation, where he focuses on sustainability, net zero transformation, as well as building responsible value chains and solutions for sustainability and climate initiatives. Interesting. A climate enthusiast, Viral is also the South Asia leader for World Climate at Deloitte. So a very warm welcome and thanks for coming from the city of Mumbai to the city of Visby.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you. So good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. What I'd like to do over the next few minutes is to walk you guys through learning, which is a big problem in India. So The clouds that you see over North India, this is an average day in November and December. Okay, these clouds are not bringing snow, they are not bringing rain. These are clouds that are, unfortunately, smoke clouds, right? So it's all smoke, somewhat artificial. So the problem statement is that farmers in North India, this is actually one of the most fertile regions of the country. You see this state called Punjab, which effectively means 5 rivers or 5 waters, and some of the most fertile ground for crop. And given the agriculture needs of India, it literally accounts for 40% of our cereal production, which is the 3 states of Punjab, UP, and Haryana. And given the soil conditions and the availability of water, they take 2 crops a year, with a fairly short window between the fall season and the spring season. So it's about 4 weeks between the 2 seasons. Large part of this problem is tied to cultivation of rice, which is very water intensive. And especially for varieties that are non-basmati paddy, which has a fairly high silica content and therefore cannot be used for cattle fodder, essentially is the root cause of the problem. And more so with the advent of mechanization, which leaves 1.5 feet of stubble in the ground. So good and bad of mechanization. Also keep in mind that between 25 to 40% of farms in that part of North India are held by what are called small and marginal farmers. These are farmers with less than 2 acres, who often are subsistence farmers. So, quite a few of them. And therefore, their ability to afford equipment is somewhat limited. So all of this means that the solution they find fairly easy in the absence of any other assistance is to simply what I call a 5 paisa solution, which is to take a matchstick and set the farm on fire. It clears off the stubble. But obviously, it's not that straightforward because there are health issues, loss of productivity. Delhi airport has flight delays. You have schools that shut down for 2 weeks, etc., etc. Given the increase in soil temperatures, also has a productivity impact. But the biggest impact in my mind is what you see bottom right of the screen, which is almost a 15 million loss of disability adjusted life years. Right? So that's really a big impact. If you assume that an average lifespan of an Indian is about 75 years, that's essentially like saying that you're losing 200,000 lives every year to a problem that's largely solvable. So we wanted to, this is something that we all, especially those of us who live in North India, wring our hands every year, and then life kind of goes back to normal. And it's there's also now it became a bit political, so it's been a bit of an issue. So we said, is there something that we could do to try and bring the communities together to solve this problem? So we spent time on the ground. We took one a subunit of a district. District is like a county for those of you who are more familiar with that term. So we took what's called a block, which is 6 odd villages in a district. So we interviewed farmers, and by the way, this was all a pro bono exercise. We worked closely with the state government, the local village elders, interviewed farmers to understand what the problem statement was. This is what they told us, but something that has been pretty much unsolvable. By the way, India is not the only country that has this problem. You'll hear about Singapore shutting down because there are stubble fires in Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Kenya also have this problem. So it's, looks like we aren't the only ones. And now you see folks in Chicago complaining about forest fires coming from Canada. This can't solve that problem, but at least the rice bit we can solve. Okay. We understood the problem as this 20-day window that you need to solve this stubble thing, not enough equipment on the ground, and the small and marginal farmers not really being able to afford all of that equipment. And by the way, I talk about equipment, but there are several ways to solve this. One is what's called in situ solutions. So you now have enzyme-based solutions that help decompose the stubble. But that 20 to 30-day window and the cost is still not effective, but that's a possible solution. A second possible solution that's also in situ is to try to mulch the stubble into the ground. And there are now combined harvesters and seeders that actually not just mulch, but also plant the next crop. So those are, again, all solutions out there. And then a third solution, which is called ex-situ solution, is to take the stubble and turn it into bales of hay, which you can then use as briquettes into power plants or into industrial boilers. Or in another case, it can be used to generate ethanol. So multiple end uses of the stubble. But as such, the ecosystem together, creating a supply and demand, we believe would be the right way forward. So the solutions are there, solutions are possible. But the biggest challenge we found was changing attitudes of the people, right? So that's the part that we weren't sure how that might work. And then making the equipment available to everyone was the other problem. And why is that? Because, as I said, the small guys don't have access to the equipment, so they are essentially relying on or renting from their neighbors. But then, they're obviously lower in the priority, and you have only a 20 to 30-day window. The third bit that we also wanted to make sure was how can this be self-sustaining so that there is almost a revenue-based business model. Okay, I'm going to go faster because I've been just warned that I only have a few minutes left. Okay, so we built a mobile app in multiple languages with integrating with the local farmer database. We integrated it with satellite imagery to predict which farm might be ready for harvest so that equipment could be made available there, so the sequencing. And essentially, something that allowed us to prioritize farms that were ready and the farmers were ready based on the location and the availability of equipment. So basically, think of this as an Uber for farmers, right? That was really the model. It was in multiple languages. We bought and supplied, I think Mayank mentioned this concept of CSR. So we actually bought and supplied 15 equipment sets, to the community. But then we also got 51 additional local suppliers on board. So we had us and local suppliers, essentially allowing for the ecosystem to be made available. We had about 15% of farmers who accessed the platform, and about 21% of farmland was covered through this. And by the way, the app itself was only one part of the story. I think the bigger effort, as it always is, although this is a digital solution, but the bigger part of the solution was a door-to-door campaign to educate farmers in a very humble manner. You know your business, we are just here to help, right? So just letting them know that there were resources available. But then we also had these little animated videos that talked about the health implications and how they could benefit. But then also, radio jingles and old style, imagine 1980s style election campaigns, loudspeakers on Jeeps, that's, so we tried all of those things. So ultimately, across the state, there was a 40 to 45% reduction across most districts. But this particular district, so we were present in this district called Karnal, it had a 69% reduction. So significant reduction there. The observed productivity of the equipment was double. So an average baler, for example, is able to cover 10 acres a day. For the equipment in the program, they covered 20 acres a day because of the optimization, right? So I'm an engineer, good old-fashioned, linear optimization. The biggest benefit in my mind was that the disability-adjusted life years saved as a result of fires averted was 170,000, which means that direct impact of this work was 2,430 lives that were saved last year, right? So the point here is the problem difficult? Yes, it is. Is it solvable? Most certainly, yes. So the plan this year is to scale up across all of Haryana. So, we did a part of one district. There are 8 big districts to solve. So if you can solve that, that should be about 50,000 odd lives that we can save. But then the bigger challenge would be to see if we can make an impact in Punjab and Uttar Pradesh. Punjab, most importantly, because it has literally 80% of stubble fires. So that's the plan. But ultimately, in my mind, this is a digital solution with a very, very human intervention. Lots of attitude change and helping farmers realize the true potential. But what's also going to make it successful is the downstream element. So now that we have a lot of companies setting up biofuel plants, bioethanol plants, and we are building an ecosystem of large companies that are, that have production facilities nearby, and they are happy to use the stubble as fuel into their industrial boilers as well. So almost an ecosystem of players that are coming together to solve this. So that's the plan. I don't know if we'll succeed. I'll let you guys know next year when we are here together. So thank you. Okay.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Mr. Viral Thakkar, for sharing with us a very, very interesting intervention using AI and how it can impact the life and life cycle of farming. And talking about farming and food production, we have another very interesting study. May I call Mr. Henrik Johansson. He's the CEO of Spoudi, which works with Sweden and India. We'd like to know about your innovation and how can it change the lives of smallholder farmers, Henrik?
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And this is the key for the presentation.
So, nice to see you all. Thanks for inviting me. I have been listening carefully for the other speakers before me, and they have used one word: collaboration, talk to each other. We have this 4C. We heard about the AI now and to prevent people from doing wrong. And that is what we are trying to align to with our company. You see, Spoudi it's not coming up. Yeah, so Spoudi, the word is short for solar power water distribution. And that is what we are doing in our company. Before I was starting this company many years ago, I was within the IT sector, building solutions to us in this room to make our life easier, save time, and all of that. But 10 years ago, I said that let's take on another challenge, because we know that if we zoom out a bit, I think you know that about 30% of all the food that we consume globally is produced by the smallholder farmers around the world. There are about 500 million smallholder farms producing 30% of everything that we consume. Unfortunately, they are quite stressed because the water is not available in the volumes that they need, and we see for the future there will not be more water to grow what they need to grow for us to eat. And in their communities, for example in India, they are not providing 30% of the food. They provide close to 100% of the food in their local communities. So they are quite close to their customers. But on the agenda, we have been talking about water, food, women, and this was from the summit, World Economic Forum earlier this year. They also introduced a new word, and that is innovation. And that is what we are doing in our company, working with innovations and working with problem solutions. So I brought some great brains and engineers together 10 years ago, and I said that let's find out if it's possible to produce more food using significantly less water, because we know that water is more valuable than gold and diamonds in the future. So we need to find a solution on this. So bringing people together means that we also need to go out in the market to see what is happening. So I spent about 4 years traveling around in India. I have been in all of the states. I have been out by the grassroots peoples. I have been exactly on the slides that we saw before to try to understand why is thing working as it does and what is needed to change this. So it's not just about technology. Technology is just a part of it. Technology should be built so should be easy to use. It should be affordable, of course. It needs to be there when you need it. It can't break down. And in this environments where they operate, these men and women that some of us call farmers, I see them as businesswomen and businessmen. They are operating in tough environments. So technology doesn't like high temperature, etc. So designing technology needs to be from where it's going to be used. But technology, again, is just one part of the engineering journey. The other part of the engineering journey is, of course, how to bring it to the people that should use it, and how to make sure that they will use it wisely. So smart technology, that is what we have been focusing on, is technology that delivers the right values, but also prevent people and users to do wrong. And do wrong in this case is overusing water, is burning their land after harvest. And think about this, if it changed, 30% of all food are produced by these 500 million farms, and they are occupying about 2 billion people, businessmen and women. What will happen if they have 2 harvests this year, and they will just have 1 harvest next year? What will happen? That is the focus. That is our engineering journey, and that's what we have been focusing on. And we have been concentrating a lot on India, and I think you all understand, because you have heard what has been said about India before me. That's a great market. And to be able to change something that is a global problem, you need, as an entrepreneur, build relationships, you build a community, and you need to focus. So we decided to focus on India to make great examples, because great examples will be things that people will be interested in to see and learn. And then they could explore on to hook into this and distribute and scale in other markets. So I will tell a short story, because I'm quite proud of this story coming up. And this is Bhavna Ben. I met her 2 years ago in Gujarat. She's one of 2.5 members of an organization called SEVA, Self-Employed Women Association. She didn't do that great in her business because she didn't have the access to the water that she needs to generate 2 great harvests, because she was overusing water, flooding her field. There was no other option. They were not connected. They were connected to the grid, so they had electrical power, but the electricity was only available during nighttime and not every night. And you should never, ever irrigate during nighttime. So she was using her diesel engine to flood her field. So there was no water to generate the second harvest. So we teamed up with the organization SEVA. And less than 1 month ago, when I was there my last time, I signed a 5-year agreement with the organization SEVA to bring out what we call smart farming to these 2.5 million women members, to help them to transform into high productive, sustainable, but most importantly, if you talk to a businessman and woman that doesn't earn what they should earn with their hard work, don't go there and talk about sustainability. Go there and talk about money. That's the only thing that counts. So with this organization, we started to explore on how shall we bring the technology out in the market, how shall we make sure that it's used wisely, how shall we make sure that we are there when they need support. Local language, of course, is needed. A Swede can't go there and tell them what to do, but another SEVA member can tell another SEVA member in the local language on how to do it. What we can do is to make sure that we have a local warehouse close by and that we have people educated and trained to operate and maintain the technology. And the technology should be operated and maintained by the end user because it has to be easy to use. So what was the result after 1.5 year practice with lots of farmers in this community? Well, she was a pioneer. She was the first one. She compared traditional farming with what we call smart farming on a part of her land. And this was the result. By doing the smart and precise irrigation, she shortened the time from plantation to harvest by 73 days. That is 73 days where they can spend on other business activities earning more money. But most importantly, she produced 3 times more crop. 3 times more. And that was with much higher quality. Now we are seeing her business, the money. She saved 4 hours of manual work. That means they don't need to be there, the whole family, to remove weeds. Just one person, 4 hours saved per day for that. She didn't need to buy any diesel, and diesel is hard to get. And during the pandemic, where there was no transportation, carry water. That would be even less crop. Most importantly, generating 3 times more crop, food, with 80% savings in water. Because that was the target that we had in front of us 10 years ago when we started our R&D and engineering journey. We need to find a way to produce significantly more food with significantly less water, because on this island, you can't use water to wash your car anymore because there is no water on this island. And this is a global problem. So we have been focusing on understanding on how to live with the climate change. And the SEVA organization, why am I talking about them? Because they are a front runner. When I met with Rima Ben, head of this organization, she told me, Henrik, I'm so happy now because with the smart farming, we have established what we call the SEVA Climate School. And we have a department going from village to make sure that everybody understands how to protect themselves, because the climate change is there and it will still be there. Try to get them to understand that they have a responsibility to protect themselves by doing things differently. It's about a state of mind. It's always about what's in here, how do we think? And to transform this, from our end, we are a commercial company, engineering company, focusing on business engineering, on technology engineering, in hardware and software. we need to understand how that should be brought out into the market. We can't just do what we do, build our warehouse and wait. We need to be responsible for the whole process. And if the process is not there, don't go back and say, it's impossible. Then you need to find partners. We heard about one project here, a partner. Everyone should be a partner that can contribute. So for us right now, we are now opening up for more partners to engage, to help Bhavna, Ben and others, because they only need one thing. If they can earn their own money, but they need to buy what they need to have to earn more money, someone should help them with a small injection, a kickstart. State Bank of India, they are on board. They are giving a loan on fair terms, not money for free. A loan so that they can purchase what they need and from the revenue, the extra revenue, pay off the loan and then grow as they go. So that's all from me. I hope you think it's interesting that things are happening in Sweden and in India. And for me, it's not Sweden and India, because for me, it's people on this earth. It doesn't matter where they are for me. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, Mr. Henrik Johansson. And now we have with us Professor Dr. Alexander Klausner, who is the Chief Scientific Officer of PI Industries. Professor Klausner has an extensive experience of working with both academia and industry, and I believe over 250 patents and scientific co-publications under your name. And we are very interested to hear from you on biologicals as the next generation crop protection. So I'll give you the stage, please. And this is the, yeah.
Here, huh?
It's
okay.
the, yeah, yep. Exactly. The one in the middle.
Yep. Yeah, good morning to everybody here. And thanks for the introduction. I'm very happy to be invited here, speaking for the scientific approaches that we are running in PI Industries. And yeah, today I would like to give you a glimpse on to which extent biologicals can contribute also to entire crop protection and to all the challenges we are facing in this regard. Let me start with an... Yeah, now it's working. Let me start with already with a kind of a provocation. In the middle of this slide, you see that we need 50% more food to produce until the year of 2050. In other words, we have to produce double as much food within the upcoming, let's say, 30 years that mankind ever has produced since 7,000 years. So this is a big challenge. The environment that we are facing is already, let's say, reflecting a lot of performance that agriculture is giving to us. We are, let's say, agriculture as such is responsible for, let's say, 12 trillion of value addition. We are employing within these 500 million farms about 800, and including these smallholders, that is something about 900 million people who are employed in this regard. The production from the primary crops is, let's say, something around 10 billion tons. But on the other hand side, we are seeing severe challenges. In agriculture, it is for sure that we are facing still about 750 million people who are undernourished. We are facing a population, global population of about 10 billion people by mid of the century. And another effect is that the we see endangering the global area for agriculture, see this endangered very much, but even more, the agricultural land per capita is going severely back. And on the other hand side, we see, of course, known problems in agriculture, as for instance resistance. In other words, let's say all these pests and fungi and weeds or so are competing with human beings. So in this regard, and they are striking back. Yeah? Nature is striking back, and one of these effects is that we see always resistance. We see resistant weeds, we see resistant insects, we see resistant diseases. This is very much also creating a big challenge for agriculture. Of course, we all would like to have a healthier lifestyle. I think it is mostly, of course, in what we are calling the first world, but this is penetrating very much also into the rest of mankind. This will influence the way we are producing food and feed. Of course, trade barriers, they are always there. It is something we have to see in the background. And very much we have also to take care on soil health. As I was already mentioning, soil, arable land becomes more critical, and from that point of view, it needs a specific focus. If you are looking at the implications which is coming from climate change, and then we have also to face that crop yields might decline also, let's say, as a consequence. We are facing it even here when I was coming to Gotland, how hard it is and how much people are complaining about, let's say, lacking rainfalls and all these things. We see that also greenhouse gases are very much caused also by agriculture production. We see the drought I was already mentioning here, and this all is also taking impact on our crops in a way that they were becoming more susceptible against diseases and pests, for instance. We see on the other hand side also that there is a potential, or there's a need to enhance crop yields by about 30% just by technology. We see a small effect that already a lot of land is now turning into organic cultivation. It is not really the big impact on the globe, but it is a development. There is a clear penetration of eco-friendly novel technologies into agriculture, and also, let's say, most of the governments have understood that this has to be also, let's say, promoted and pushed. At the end of the day, biologicals, what I'm not talking about, will further emerge also as a technology which gives new alternatives and new perspectives. Now, what are the key trends for that are driving also the biologicals? This is very much all the topics here that I was mentioning already: soil health, climate change, affordable food. It is not enough to have enough food; it must also be affordable and healthy. For the governments also steer things into the right direction. There are new technologies. There is, let's say, also the opposite effect: resistance to chemicals, which needs, let's say, specific attention. And we see also, let's say, short duration crops. We see even, due to climate change, also change of crop patterns in various areas. Few of these things are really coming on a short term. All of them on the long term, if we understand long term as more than 4 years, the probability is I say absolutely safe or very high, and the impact will also be very high. So if we're talking about biologicals, just to let's say explain a few terms here. We briefly, or let's say generally, may discriminate between the biofertilizers. They are already known since reasonable time. Basically, their role is to enhance the uptake of minerals, of water, influencing also the nitrogen fixing, and this is in a way just to boost the entire production. An area which is quite interesting are the biostimulants that are molecules mostly based on plant extracts, but also from seaweed extracts, and they are influencing the abiotic stress that plants are always facing. Abiotic stress, we mentioned already, drought, it can be heat, it can be cold, it can freeze, it can be, let's say, also salinity and some other things. They're mostly based on extracts, as I was mentioning already. Humic acid, fulvic acid, some bacteria were helpful in this regard. And then we have the, let's say, biological control products. Basically, we can, let's say, discriminate then between two different elements. The one is the biopesticides from natural materials, plants, bacteria, minerals, and they are, let's say, of course, less toxic than the classical crop protection product as pesticides and the microbials. These are living organisms, and we see that already in many greenhouse productions, that we are having insects that are feeding from lice and some other let's say, pests. If we're looking at the business, biologicals, you see these $9 billion US is still not the biggest segment. Major part is dominated by the fertilizers at all. And crop protection products have a strong role, and seeds and traits is also coming up. So this is the toolbox, more or less, that we are using here to do the agricultural, so the crop protection business. Of course, first, chemicals. They are still dominating, but they are facing challenges as, let's say, they are using very much fossil energy. We have to think about the environmental footprint, the regulatory influence, resistance against chemical treatment of pests and diseases and weeds. Soil health is a topic, biodiversity is a topic, and of course, climate change will always act as a kind of an amplifier of these problems. Seeds and traits is coming out. We all know these GMOs or so. You know, it is discussed differently in different parts of the world, but it is taking, specifically for the big acre crops, it is taking a more and more important role. And then the biologicals as an emergent segment, delivering alternative technologies. In addition, we see also a big influence from technology. Let's say application technologies are changing, are becoming more important, and that what we today understand under digital farming. So let's say the high-tech farming is very much important, but mostly not interesting for the time being for at least 400 of the 500 million farms, if we're including also the smallholders. So the business of biologicals is globally facing on a still low and highly diversified level, but it's facing strong growth. You see biocontrol with 13%, biostimulants with 10%, biofertilizers with 8%, so something which is growing significantly. And I think there is no indication that this speed will not be maintained also in the future. if you're breaking it down to these famous categories of biocontrols, biostimulants, biofertilizers, against what is technology saying, what is R&D requirement and support, what is the registration here, and what are the impact on marketing. You have a kind of a matrix. You can see, okay, fertilizers is already, let's say, something which is, let's say, very much established, and biostimulants is something which is strongly coming up, and biocontrol, yeah, it is mostly also an area of advanced research and development, although there are already a couple of applications. So generally, you can see that the registration compared to, let's say, the huge work to register chemicals today is easier, which is an attractant also for investing into this area. So this is more or less the landscape that we are seeing today against these different factors here. And at the end of the day, it is encouraging. It is an opportunity, of course, for the environment, for industry, and also for the entire society. So coming to India. This is kind of a, let's say, breakdown of the biologicals. It's taken up the year of 2021. And you'll see the growth rates also in India are significant. But, better and than but, the application is very much distributed segment that we may call fruits, vegetables, nuts, and things like that. Specific segments of the big eco crops, as corn, wheat, and some others are not that much impacted for the time being. Also, rice is a small segment here. This is true for the biocontrols and for the biostimulants as well. At the end of the day, we have a good starting point in horticulture, vegetables, as I was mentioning, legumes, and agriculture. The big agricultural crops will, at the end of the day, follow. It is already a business. It is a business for our company, and you'll see here that we are mostly engaged here also in biostimulants, which has also, because of the regulatory situation and because of the sources of the biological material from seaweeds and extracts and plant extracts, is let's say has a good availability, and these are already a few labels. It is just the business in which we are in since let's say many years, but then we are now enforcing, and we are now putting more focus, and it becomes one of the, definitely it will become one of the mainstreams of what PI is delivering for the benefit of agriculture. So, thank you very much, and thank you.
Well, thanks a lot, Dr. Alexander Klausner, for those details. We will, in fact, now have some very interesting panelists as well. We might have to shorten our panel a little bit, but I would like to, we've seen the presentations, we've seen different solutions, and also this has given us a glimpse of how a sustainable future can be brought about in different ways. Now, to combat climate change, we need innovations and digital solutions that are positive, that are unconventional, that are adaptable. Having said that, now let me invite our panelists for our first panel discussion, co-solutioning for the panel, for the planet, I beg your pardon, sustainability and sustainable change in hard-to-abate sectors. I'd like to welcome Per Andersson, the head of the Secretariat Leadership Group for Industry Transition, or LEAD IT. Shilpa Sachdev Bhullar, the head of Legal Risk and Compliance at PI Industries. Raine Isaksson, docent and associate professor, Uppsala University. Claes Kolberg, CTO, SEMVision. Jakub Kiefer, the former global head of government relations and public affairs with ABB and now an executive board member with Spaudi. And Håkon Sunderlin, there he is, regional director Nordics at Electrion. And I'm also very happy to welcome Bjorn Samuelson, working on a hydrogen project. He's a lecturer with Uppsala University. So welcome, gentlemen. We'll try and keep this short and sweet, but with a lot of punch, of course. And I'm going to begin by asking you all one common questions. Very quickly, if you had to make an elevator pitch, could you bring us speed with one challenge, one opportunity that you see in your sector and the innovation you're working on or the ecosystem that you are creating? So perhaps we can start with you, Barrett.
One single innovation and one...
Or the ecosystem that you're creating with Lead IT, yeah.
So Lead IT is 18 members...
And you can use the mics here, please, now, gentlemen.
So the leadership group for industry transition is 18 member states all over the world in each continent, 18 member companies. We have most of our companies in steel and cement, either in the production side or the transport sector that needs... And the construction sector needs those. We see the UN asked in 2019, the climate summit, India and Sweden to set up this group. So this is only 4 years ago. Should I pick this one?
Perhaps
but a lot of things
soft, yeah.
have happened since. I think also the terminology has changed. I noticed that you're using the hard to abate word. So before 2019, it was probably this sector of steel and cement and the heavy industry was probably the impossible sector to decarbonize. Now, and for a few years, it has been the hard to abate sector. When we move into the next climate summit in September, the terminology has changed. So now we will use heavy emitters. So it has went from the impossible to the hard but possible to no excuses.
All right. So yeah, there's just a little hint for you to maybe come closer to the mic if you can. Yeah,
sorry.
Thanks. Yeah.
So the elevator pitch will be that I think we can do a lot together. As Lord of the Rings have told us, if you do things in coalition, you can encounter a lot. So we work in public-private partnerships on the global, and we think this field is changing very quickly. The policy regulatory framework is changing. It's changing in the EU, it's changing in the US, it's changing in India. The emerging markets are now really looking into what is the price of carbon and how could we make a business model out of it. There are loads of challenges here. We know that 50% of technologies needed for doing what we have to do to 2050 to reach net zero, 50% of those technologies are not at best at the demonstration phase today. So the level of investments are enormous. That it means that's a high-risk investments. So how do we better pool and de-risk together? I think that's the key, to share risks and rewards. That's the function.
To share risks and rewards and, or trying an innovation has its own risks, and perhaps we can bring you in here, Klaus.
Are these ones working?
They're working. You just need to bend in.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
So I am one of the founders of a startup company called Zenvision, and we are developing climate or fossil-free cement, and we have now produced the first bunch of it in our pilot kiln of 1 ton per day cement. And the technology is that we don't use virgin limestone. We use recycled waste from steel, alumina, power plants like slags and fly ashes, etc. And then we boil it again. And it's not the traditional Portland cement. That is 99% of the cement. It's another cement with much less calcium content in it. And it has really a huge potential. really believe and hope that carbon capture and storage, which is the main story for the traditional Portland cement industry, will fly. I've lived more than 5 years in Africa, and I believe that is a technology that maybe can happen in Northern Europe, in some areas where we have storage capacity, etc. But there is another way that for the whole industry, we have to look for alternatives to Portland cement, and we have found one of them.
Great to hear that. And from cement, maybe we can go to another innovation. I'm going to bring in Håkan here. If you can come close to that mic, perhaps, Håkan. And very quickly, in a minute, tell us about your innovation. We'll bring in Bjorn after that, about the hydrogen project he's working on, and then get in the other stakeholders.
Okay. Thank you for having me. So, Electron is providing wireless charging for vehicles, all types of vehicles and all types of operation, meaning standing still or on the move. As experienced yesterday, we are having a demonstration site here on the island where we operate this electric road with a heavy-duty truck, 40 ton, and a bus. And transferring energy from the road, and the real challenge is to remove and really make the battery side vehicles much smaller, and in that way bringing electric vehicles to the world in a larger scale.
Bjorn, if you could give us a bit of a window into the hydrogen technology that you are working with for transportation.
Mainly I'm working with using hydrogen in the maritime sector, which is supposed to be a very hard to abate sector. I just came from a meeting this morning where we discussed now how to manage the situation in the harbors with all the different new alternatives. And I think that's a very good sign that we are now talking on very hands-on problems. Instead of talking about the vision, now we're talking about, hey, how much space do we need to have in the for this and this and that? And I think that is actually one really important thing, that we must go from talking, we must go from theories to actually do some hands-on. Mm-hmm. And we have to do lots of mistakes, of course, but we have to do those mistakes. And hydrogen is a very good opportunity for the maritime sector and for other sectors also, but for maritime, which I work for, I see very good opportunities. Be short now.
Well, we spoke about the risk. You touched upon the opportunity, and perhaps Shilpa, I can bring you in here. How do you see solutioning, co-solutioning towards climate action and sustainable solutions as an opportunity at PI? And perhaps we can get your mic very close as well. Thank you.
Sure, thanks. At PI, we see all these risks as an opportunity. It's an emerging market, being an agrochemical industry, moving into sciences. We're exploring a lot of innovation and some solutions. But I think the key part over here is any solution is a sustainable solution if you understood the real demand, deep dived into the problem, understood the problem so you can nail it in the bud only, and also taking into the consideration that the safety management of coming up with the key solutions remains paramount for us. So looking into the the customer demands, looking into the quality aspects, and the safety is something which we deep dive, understand, and bring in the better solutions and bring it together. Yeah,
great to hear. And a lot of you are part of what we call the hard to abate industry. Per mentioned that, and it's a difficult transition, no doubt. Jakob, you have been with ABB for a very long time, falls under the hard to abate industry. Now you are with an innovation that can actually transform, say, lives of smallholder farmers or food production. Of course, it is for smallholder farmers, but you've seen both the sides of being a part of a young innovation company, being with a gigantic, multinational. Yep. How does green transition really look like at a large scale versus somebody who's starting out or scaling up?
Yeah, first of all, I just want to congratulate you, Ambassador, and your whole team for the things you are doing between Sweden and India. really impressive, this platform. Of course, you, Paolo, for bringing us together. And Professor, thank you for hosting us here, and PI with your team here. So I have been with the industry for 4 years at ABB, but prior to that, I worked with diplomacy for 25 years, doing exactly what you have done, trying to bring reforms and working multilaterally. I was ambassador for sustainable business for almost 2 years, bringing in the SDG goals. And after some times, when you've been where I've been, it starts to itch. We talk about a lot of things that we should do and implement. After I left ABB, I talked to our chairman, Lars Tunnell, with IMF, had the same urge: we have to implement. And up came this proposal: why don't you join the board of a company called Spaudi? And I said, what is Spaudi? Well, it has potential to revolutionize the way farmers do their business. He said farmers, he said revolutionize. And how? Solar power, bringing very, I would say, advanced technology that is so simple to use. Mm-hmm. So what I would like to see is rather, turning it around. Don't talk so much about, talk about the customer, the farmer. One day they can go from having 100,000 rupees or something and double with one harvest. And they can do that if we just help out a little bit. So we need the collaboration, we need the implementation, and we need action. And it doesn't happen just by us being here. We have to be in the field. And that was my last little bit of decision why I joined Spaudi. This man here traveled all the regions in India. And now we are using India as an example with this data we're having. And this can be a global platform for Africa. And so I'm very excited about this. And again, it won't happen like that. But now we have the solutions, and let's do it.
And we're talking about, you spoke about sort of creating an ecosystem, and that I mentioned earlier as well among the panelists. It is about involving academia, involving industry, actually sitting down, as well as the government, and making things happen. We've talked about wanting to make a change, but it's also about making things happen. And that's why, Per, you're in a very difficult job, of course, because you are trying to include industry and trying to include government stakeholders to make that big shift. So I'll come to you in just a minute, but I'm going to bring in Raine here. Raine, the side of academia. There's a lot of innovation, papers, research that happens in academic environments. You've also been at the industry end, especially of how does one mainstream the innovation or the research that is happening in academic institutions and start the conversation with industry, perhaps even start the conversations with those like Lead IT, who are bringing government and industry already together for a green transition? Closer to the mic, please. Yeah.
Thank you, and I will do a politician thing, not really answering your question, so I have 20 years in industry and 20 years in academia, and I started in academia asking the question, why is it so difficult to improve? I'm still asking the question, even of a higher level of confusion. But I think if we go back to Ove and Frodo, who wants to destroy that evil ring, he wants to do it, he doesn't know really how to do it. That's how we are. We all want sustainable development, but in most cases, I postulate not one of your organizations has a clear definition of what sustainable development is for you. And that's the challenge. We need to go back to our own businesses and make that interpretation what it is. It's going to be a working definition, but it is going to be something that helps us. And from sustainable building with Max Roswell, we've been thinking about what's sustainable building. And the other day I went down to one of the seminars that spoke about that. And I asked the question, and they go, oh, well, climate, but there are many things. And then the cards were shuffled around, and there wasn't any definition. So that, I think, is when we have looked at sustainability reports within building, there isn't a clear definition. So we have postulated one. We say sustainable building is at least affordable and carbon neutral, because it addresses the two main things, especially for residential building. Then it's a human of a dwelling, and climate and the building value chain is responsible for 40% of the carbon emissions. So we take those two things, we start with those. It's not all, but then we have a starting point. And that, I think, we do within PI industries, within Spaudi, within food production, transport. What is the final solution? And then we can say, okay, we are halfway. So we can deal with sustainability like a level of performance. And then we need to see how do we change that level of performance. So I think that's a challenge.
It is indeed a challenge, Raine, and thanks for putting it out there. How do you define sustainability? Does each industry and how does each company really look at what is sustainability at a concrete level as well for them? If we are talking about specific industries, we are also talking about innovation. That's important, but how do you kind of measure that innovation? And if I can bring in Klaus here. You've been working with this technology in terms of reducing the CO2 impact of buildings, right? In terms of challenges and taking it to market and having, say, government and large industry buy-in, what are the challenges that you see, as well as what is the opportunity that you see can work? Or what's that kickstart, as that's the word I heard Henrik mention. What for you as an innovator?
Yeah, I do like Raine here as well, to bring the microphone here. Yeah, there are several challenges, but also all challenges is an opportunity. So one thing is demand, and now we see in the developed world more and more demand for low CO2 products in construction, and I'm sure that this will grow more and more by Biden Act and all that in the US. And so that's one thing. But one key thing is now we're talking about sustainability 4.0, and as Raine say, we have to have a decision. I must say that we are working according to the Framework for Strategic Sustainable Development by that founded this 25 years ago, where there are defined sustainability principles, one social and four ecological. I don't take them here, but the framework is called FSSD. So we are continuously working with that. The other thing is, when we're doing that, we're partners in the value chain, because if we will manage to do this 4.0, we have to work in the value chains and work both on sustainable and social sustainability. And we need that definition, because we are in a postmodern world, and what is true for me is not true for you. We cannot have that. We have passed the modernism, now we are in postmodernism, but we have to have clear definitions. Otherwise, we can never solve this. Why I must urge that we have to go back to the base, talk about the same thing, and not be. Okay. And this is how we're working in the value chains. Supply, our raw material is not coming from the limestone directly under our ground. It's coming from the partners, from the steel industry, from the aluminum industry, from other type of industries. And then we have to work and cooperate with them.
Well, absolutely. And for you, Shilpa, at PI Industries, the value chain, and when we are talking about, I don't want to get into technicalities of sort of scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, but when talking about value chains, it is important that if we are going to truly make that transformation, we need to be sensitive to and aware of how sustainable is the value chain really, isn't it? Some thoughts on that?
I think it's a foremost requirement, starting from identifying your needs, whom do you want to with in that value chain, and it comes with commitments. Of course, there are multiple forms, declarations, you take it, but what is required is that entire value chain actually leads to the most important part of your procurement strategies, and it does not end at your industrial consumption. It ends at the end-to-end customer's end. It also starts with your as he said, the raw materials are not coming from. I would just like to add to that is that your raw materials are also existing around you. You need to come and be innovative, how to reuse them so that come up with a sustainable product without making it more expensive from the governance as well as, of course, monetary aspects.
Sure. And you speak of expensive. I'll also get in another element here that a lot of innovators work with, which is scale. How do you, when you are looking at newer technologies, when we are looking at co-solutioning, we're talking about scale, and at the same time, we're also talking about making the technology smaller and as efficient as existing technology, right? So that there is an uptake and there is an adoption as well. Bjorn, if I can get one of the key challenges that we do look at, and I think is something which you can throw a light on, is when we're talking about hydrogen, we're also talking about how do you kind of package it to be more compact so that it can compete, say, with fossil fuel.
Yes, I'm not really sure the question.
So if we can hear from you, where are we in that journey of making hydrogen more compact and also so that it get in a higher adoption?
Well, we have, of course, a problem with hydrogen that is a very small molecule, which means that we have it's very high energy content per kilo, but the volumes are very big. Those are physical things that we can't change, actually. We can, of course, compress the gas up to 1,000 bars pressure, which is very high. Still, it will take quite some space. And the more we compress the gas, the higher the risks are also we have to be aware of. There are also, of course, possibilities that we use the hydrogen in combination with biogen CO2 to create fluids. E-methanol, we can make fuel for the aviation. We can use nitrogen to produce ammonia, and so there will be hydrogen be used in different applications. We can't neglect that there are certain physical properties that we can't change. But it means also that we should change how we are behaving, how we are used to do. Coming from the maritime business, now, if you go with fossil fuels, you may be bunkering your ship once every second week or something like that. Go by using hydrogen, we need to bunker maybe every day. And that's a change of behavior, and we need to have technology to make that possible.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and I'll bring in Håkon into that as well to answer that question. It's a technology. Yesterday, we some of us got the ride at the Smart Road Gotland bus, and you're trying out a technology which is new, is going. If it does work, and if you can scale it, it can revolutionize the way that energy is used for transportation. But how does one make it competitive, and how does one make it easier to adopt for nations for across the world?
So I think we see this. We now have, besides the demonstration here in Sweden, we have demonstrations in Italy, Germany, Israel, and the US, and they just announced a new demonstration site in Norway. And I think that's one of the main ways how we move toward a large-scale implementation. We need to take it step by step. We need to educate both ourselves but also our partners. What we do is a true system of systems. We interact with the suppliers, with the road operators, with the vehicles, with the municipalities and the road operators. And it's kind of a complex, it's not something you sell off the shelf. It's something that needs to be addressed together.
Sure. And Per, I can come to you in terms of how are you bringing in government, industry, innovators, maybe even academia together and solving that very large challenge of the industry transition? Since you're heading that secretariat, it's an initiative that was started incubated at the UN and co-chaired by Sweden and India.
Yes, that's correct. So I serve and report to the government of Sweden and India, and we serve all our members. But I can't just get out of my head the rings story. If I remember correctly, the coalition that won in the end, there was a lot of inter-stakeholders conferences, there were a lot of battles between them, but in the end they created a common vision, a lot of innovation and magic, a lot of courage, a lot of first movers, a lot of doers. So that kind of, we have to understand how transformational the process is. It requires all sectors. From a government perspective, it requires a whole of the government, not just a single ministry or a single player. From industry, it requires probably a consortium of industries. We can just see here we are now, maybe the cement industry in the north of Sweden. It is not easy. So that inclusive process to create roadmaps and vision is probably quite important to get everybody buy-in. At the end of the day, to have a sustainable transition has to be just. It has to be globally just, it has to be locally just. So it involves social policy, municipality. So if we can somehow learn from what we do here on stakeholder engagement and share and try to teach each other and speak with each other as some of the, and that's, 18 member states of ours, they want to be front runners now. So the word front runner, which used to be with the risk, that has changed, I think. The environment has changed. Now is what is a global level playing field in this segment when things are moving so fast as it is today. I think so.
Well, that's good to hear, and that is an encouraging note. And I've been told I have 4 minutes left on this discussion. Sorry, we had to cut it short. But last few words in terms of if we do some amount of thinking, and I'd like to leave it with a positive note. So that's why I'm shooting this question to you. But if we do look at the scenario in, say, 2050. In a sentence, how do you see the world been transitioned? We'll start there. Let's start there. Björn.
There will be lots of changes until 2050, but I think if we're going to get those 2050 changes, we need to have targets on our way there, because it's very easy to promise something that will happen within 25 plus years. Many of us will not be in the position of being responsible at that time. We might not even be alive. Have quite firm targets on the way there. And I think firm targets. And we don't need to go all the way, but we need to take step by step. And we need to make the choices.
So roadmap, some firm targets, take it step by step. Håkan.
2050 is a very long time to go. I would say just take in December 2026, the largest electric road in the world will be starting operation in Sweden, according to the Swedish Transport Administration. And I think that will be a huge stepping stone to move forward.
Fantastic.
Yeah, very quickly. I mean, we heard some data today. 2050, we will have need to produce 70% more food for the population, with 50% more water. 1 billion added to the continent of Africa. They will be needing new roads. So let's not repeat the past. Let's invest in that and set the targets. And I think when we have defined the problems, the models will be there. The economic models will be there. There's a lot of money out there. But maybe they are, a little bit in the vault somewhere where Frodo can find it. If we can just unlock that money and get the Balrog away, and then the thing will stop here. It will actually move forward. So I'm quite optimistic, but it will take a little bit of collaboration and a little bit of guts and glory, maybe also. Take a risk.
Well, take the risk, collaborate, co-solution. Shilpa.
Yeah, I think. Now we are in the center of the issue. The issue is how do we fix it, what we have or given to ourselves at the moment. We've got solutions, we've got new demands, and there's going to be a possible conflict that when you come up with the new solutions, because you want to expand also, yet be governed be sustainable in solutions, be innovative. So I think I would stick to, deep dive into this before committing. Less is more is what you're actually going to win over for 2050 to 2070.
Interesting. Less is more. And Raine.
So 2050, which is around, I think, is a world of democracy. So we need to see that Frodo and his coalition are with that.
All right. Thank you, Klaus.
Yeah, on that theme, we're talking about technical solution, and I work with hybrid fossil fuel steel and cement, but I think if we will solve this, the philosophic leaders, the religious leaders will have to step up. And coming back to the Lord of the Rings, where Pippin and his friend join the Ents, the shepherd of the forest, and the enemy is Saruman and what they're doing, actually. It's an allegory for the modernism, the industrial world, and they are digging in Isengard, burning all the trees down, completely, leaving a dead desert after. But we are joining together with the nature and the ants and find a solution. So that is vision for 2050.
Yeah. All right, good to hear that. And last words, Per, your vision.
Global vision between governments and industry in partnership, sharing risks and rewards.
Fantastic. So thank you all for joining us. Insights, and we are taking a little break now for fika, and so there's some coffee, tea, and cake that's going to be served outside. It's 10:30 now, but let's look to return in the next 12 to 15 minutes. So thank you.
Finally. Okay. Let me just share that. Just tell me. We come in full screen now. Yeah. Do you want me to navigate? Okay. Just to try if it's moving okay? Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so let's give everyone, say, about 1 minute to settle down, and then we can start the post-FICA session of Engaging India at Almedalen. And if everyone's in, perhaps we can also close the door there, because we're getting some external noise as well. Thank you. All right, so let's get started. We have with us, who's joining us virtually, somebody who's very, very interesting in many ways, but I would like to talk about what he and his team have managed to do in terms of digital transformation for India. Pramod Verma, who will be joining us on Zoom. There he is. Hi, Pramod. He is the chief architect of Aadhaar. And Aadhaar is India's digital ID system, to put it very simply. And it is sort of the backbone of India's digital identification, which has now reached 1.2 billion is what I last heard. Pramod can update us on the numbers, but 1.2 billion people in India in less than a decade. And that is, of course, a huge achievement, because it helps a large part of India move on, get access to public services at a much faster speed than it has ever before. So how did India get to that? What were the building blocks, really, the digital of a digital public infrastructure? I will invite Pramod Verma to share how he and his team built it, where are we going from here, and what does digital public infrastructure really do for the people, for sustainability. Over to you, Pramod. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me.
Very clearly, thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Yeah. Pleasure to be here, and apologies for a little bit of a Zoom issues that it's very hard, frankly, it's very hard to communicate what India's digital infrastructure journey for the last 12 years or so in about 10 minutes. So I'll attempt to cover a lot of things in 10 minutes and see where it goes. And I still want to give just a little bit of a time for question and answer. So India was at 17% of banking penetration in 2009. And it is important to understand, we've already had smartphones by then, right? In the world, internet was already nearly 15 years. But India was struggling to give bank accounts and bring people to formal banking systems, even in 2010. But we instead of taking 5 decades, so the study from Bureau of International Settlements in Basel in 2020, study showed that India would have normally taken 5 decades to provide bank accounts to more than 80% of the people. But India merely took actually about 7 or 8 years, actually less than a decade. So it's a very non-linear change India found in terms of providing bank accounts to everyone. At the same time, India also completely overhauled we are quite a welfare state. We have a lot of poor people or vulnerable people, and government provides roughly about 70 to 80 billion US dollars every year as subsidies, pensions and fertilizer subsidy and scholarships, girl scholarships and so on, many subsidies program, both at the federal level and at the state levels. India completely reimagined how these subsidies would be given to people instead of a very old style subsidy regime, which was fraught with leakages, enormous leakages and middlemen taking away the money. India built, because everybody has a digital identity and because everybody has suddenly, for 6 years, 8 years, we gave bank accounts to everyone, we reimagined the possibility of subsidy going directly to the people. So India today runs world's largest direct cash transfer program. And we have already transferred $322 billion and ROI. Because the entire India's digital India, the overall what we call India stack, India government has not spent more than about $2.2 billion US dollars. That's all we have spent in the last decade, all put together, just about $2.2 billion. But the ROI just from the federal system was $27 billion. So it's enormous savings from that. Not only savings, but enormous number of people, 816 million people to be precise, can actually receive money instantly in India. India also very interestingly found a complete transition from a 2G network with feature phone to a 4G network with smartphones. So we have about 800 million smartphones now, very large number of billion plus internet connections and phone connections. And India went from, in 2016, we were 1 GB a month per capita data consumption. And today we have 1 GB a day. So Indians consume 1 GB every day and it just costs 0.17 cents. It's so cheap that Indians are consuming, and that's, and Indians are crazy about video, audio and sports. So everyone is watching some of this as well. India also transformed cash economy to a heavily digital payment economy. And India laid this infrastructure that in 2016 called Unified Payment Interface. That saw enormous growth from 2016 to 2023, from zero transaction in 2016 to a 9.6 billion transaction last month in payment, real-time payments. And we do the largest real-time payments by volume far. China plus UK plus US all put together. India just very much created a non-linear leap in all these things: connectivity, identity, bank accounts, social protection schemes, and digital payments. We also changed the way logistics, and our entire country is connected through a single tax system, which was quite a change after 60 odd years of independence. It was quite in one sense shock for the whole country to go to one GST scheme. Entire country now on one GST. All invoices are digital today for India, and all our roadways, toll collection, tax collection, everything is electronic. So enormous B2B savings as happened. India also moved from paper-based transaction to paperless transactions. All our academic certificates, vaccine certificates, and various other credentials have actually gone digital. So we have our DigiLocker that allows us to store, show electronically verifiable credentials as we move in the country. Like driver's licenses, identity credentials, licenses, academic credentials, health credentials, and so on. And this went from, we launched in 2015, Prime Minister launched this as part of Digital India. Today we have 160 or 170 million users there. And interestingly, government has spent any money. The total spend from the government for this, the DigiLocker, is about $6 million US. That's it in the last 10 years. So it's not a money spending game. It is a way of thinking. It's a way of thinking to bring digital and innovation together. So if you look at government, our GDP grew quite well. As you always watch, our domestic economy is strong. But our tax collection grew faster than GDP. And that shows the formalization of an SME and large industry. Otherwise, they were fragmented, sort of informal way of managing. They're all being formalized. At the same time, even expenditure, revenue became better and expenditure became cleaner and less leak-proof. But the most brilliant thing India did is this is not about all government thing. Government was laying the digital infrastructure like a highway or a railroads or roadways in the physical world. In the digital world, like internet and GSM, as we see, protocols and standards driving private innovation. So India also saw tremendous private innovation on top of our identity rails, on top of our payment rails, on top of our credential rails, and so on. And this is very, very key. India went about 1,000 startups in 2016 to 100,000 startups today. So India has a very vibrant startup ecosystem who are now combining these digital building blocks to innovate for the market. And that's very key because government alone cannot sustain entire development and innovation cycles in a society, and especially as large and diverse as India. So we need both public and private innovation to come together on it. And so we were inspired, no different from internet or GPS, where a simple set of standards like HTTP and HTML standards powered the internet. GSM standards powered mobile network, right? Mobile network across the world, where the interoperable voice happened, or in the internet, interoperable content happened. And then entire private innovation kicked in to provide what we seeing today. So DPI thinking is not about solutioning and providing everything. It's about creating the digital building block that unleashes innovation. Just minimum, probably standards and simple building block like identity to drive innovation. So identity was today 1.36 billion covered. It's used 80 million times every day in the country. So universe, everyone uses identity and 9.6 billion last month. And by the way, our payment infrastructure can also act as a same payment infrastructure is used by people with smartphone, people with feature phone, and people with no phone are also using the same infrastructure at an assisted terminal. And it's very important to create inclusion while innovation is driven. Otherwise, in innovation, at the cost of innovation, inclusion is a problem for us. We are also opening up the way we are imagining money. We are also imagining personal data. We believe personal data is going to be the biggest asset for Indian society and for SMEs and individuals. And so we are opening up, and it's already live. Our central bank and capital market regulator, insurance regulator came together to open up something called account aggregator network, quite like open banking in UK, but much more open banking on steroids. You can think of that way. It allows tremendous possibilities. Why are we excited about it? It's because it's going to transform credit, logistics, and e-commerce. Commerce in general. And that's very key. And because we are looking for equitable, inclusive, but still driven by private innovation. So that's very, very key for us. And we are driving low-ticket market players. Private market players are combining these data blocks, identity, KYC, account data, digital signature, all combining to reimagine lending in India. And we are also reimagining commerce. And Sujit Nair, who is driving Beacon protocol here at the bottom, it's an open source effort, is right with you today. And I'm sure he'll share more about this, where we are reimagining mobility, urban mobility, commerce, and many other products and services via a network play like the internet, not a platform play. Because platform play creates walled gardens and monopolies. We are creating an internet-like open network play. And it's interestingly, there are 4 pilots that's also starting in Europe as we speak. So Sujit will share some of that. So way of DPI, the way you want to think about DPI and India's approach, and not only India is doing, now Brazil is doing, Thailand is doing, Philippines is doing, Nigeria is doing, many other countries are actually doing the same approach. It is a 3-layer approach. Create open standards and digital building blocks. Building blocks, not solutions, just building blocks, minimum building blocks, like Lego blocks. Create open governance on top of that, so that privacy, security, accountability, and all that thing is taken care. Grievance handling and all that thing is addressed. But open up that Lego blocks and standards for market and public and private innovation to thrive. If you don't have the 3rd layer, it will be an empty highway with no one driving. Think of that way. So it's important to create highways, rules of driving, and marketplace to create that economy. So we believe digital public infrastructure, or DPI thinking. DPI is not a product. DPI is not a solution. DPI is a way of thinking, like as big as internet. If you think DPI, we can combine public rails and private innovation and still create equity, inclusion, and at least for Indian countries like India, a massive formalization into the formal society, because we have millions and millions of SMEs and 1 billion plus people. So it is necessary that we do. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Pramod. We're just going to, Pramod, if you will stay with us just for a few minutes. I think it'll be interesting if we can get in some questions, since you have joined us, and we have your attention now. If there are any questions, please raise your hands and we can pass the mic. But I have a question for you to begin with. And you've been talking about DPIs as building blocks. How can we take these building blocks across borders? So we saw a lot of case studies from India. But if these are Lego building blocks like Lego, then we should be able to use these building blocks across the world. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so a couple of points. One, there are 2 ways to think about it. One, we are encouraging, as part of our G20 presidency, you saw the Prime Minister and US President's combined statements where DPI thinking has now seeped in. saying it's a way of dealing with digital economies in many, many countries, as much is going digital, with AI even more supercharged. So there is a thinking element of it, an approach, DPI approach, that we are encouraging every country to do, and we are helping, as India, helping many countries to think through this. But when the country make up their mind saying, we want to do DPI, the next question is that, can we also get some of these building blocks in our own country, like a payment building blocks or some mobility or anything else that you are doing? And, quite like other countries, some of the other countries are also doing this. India is not alone, but India's almost all our efforts are actually being open source. Some of them are already open source, like Beacon Protocol, our data empowerment, DEPA protocol. Much of that is actually already open source. It's actually lying on GitHub, where the open source repository, right? Everything is actually there. There is an open source community. So there is nothing stopping from any country to be able to leverage as much of digital public goods that India has donated and many other countries have donated to create their own DPI journey. They can accelerate that journey through reusing what India has done. Definitely they can reuse.
Well, that's interesting to hear. And if there are any questions, okay, we have one question from Viral Thakkar. He leads sustainability and climate at Deloitte. We'll pass the mic to him.
Thank you.
It's on.
Yeah, it's on. Okay. So one quick question. Would you be able to just spend just a couple of minutes giving us your thoughts on ONDC and its future potential, right? So in some ways, it's the next evolution into expanding, the framework of DPI. But you could also argue, or there are arguments that suggest that it might impact large e-commerce retailers such as Amazon and Flipkart, etc. So just your views on ONDC and the benefits that are sought to be delivered through that.
Yeah. So first of all, before ONDC, let me articulate the current situation, at least in India for now. Digital has not yet penetrated. So if you look at Uber in the taxi mobility, it's not integrated with public transport. It's not integrated with other forms of mobility like electric bikes or three-wheeler taxis, as auto rickshaws, as we call in India. They are not integrated with metro trains or anything of that sort. So it's in silo. Second, it does very little transaction compared to our urban mobility. For example, Delhi Metro, New Delhi, just the metro alone in New Delhi, forget the buses, forget everything else, does more transaction than Uber does across the country. So what we are seeing, and the same thing goes for Amazon. They do in single digit. That's also just B2C commerce. We have B2B commerce and commerce beyond the products, traditional products of goods that Amazon is delivering, much more. But they're all fragmented. So what we see in India and even around the world, I was in Copenhagen 2 weeks back, same thing. They banned Uber and they have a local taxi company and we had to call a number. We sort of went back in time saying, so I think there are elements playing out around the world, if you see. One, continued fragmentation of the market, which means you need to create a much larger network effect and not a single platform effect. So single platform has pushed the boundary, but not pushed enough to cover universality. So we need to make sure there is a network thinking, internet-like thinking, rather than a platform-centric thinking. Second, there is also a systemic, like Copenhagen. They are asking the question, how do we deal with monopolies? How do we deal with single company monopolizing the entire digital, transaction environment? So there are two angles to this question, and India has been thinking deep and hard about this. And our open source effort called Beacon Protocol, Sujit is there with you today, and he will probably speak more after me. We have been at it for 4 years, reimagining and inspired by internet and GSM and email, where everything is open, right? Any email server, I can send email to any email. I can call from Android phone to iPhone, from my India network to an AT&T in US. Interoperability is essential for human scale effects to happen. So ONDC is an attempt at creating an interoperable network to expand the pie. It might look like disruption to current incumbents. It will always look like a disruption because disruption is inevitable and incumbents are almost always in a cart, good to go along. But the idea that we can expand to 1 billion people and expand the market to 1 billion people beyond the 5-6% Amazon might hold or a 2% Uber might hold. 98% is not this. So we can expand the market and everybody wins because you create an internet-like effect. So ONDC is an approach to create such open network for digital commerce in India. But we also have similar effort using Beacon in Europe, in Paris and Amsterdam and Zurich and so on, where they are reimagining their own networks, unified networks using the open source HTTP-like protocol to create their own network. Nothing to do with India per se, but the idea that the network can create a larger unification and a universalization beyond a single company platform is the idea. It's the idea as big as internet, frankly speaking. So the time has come for us to do, and it's an attempt we will do. And if you look at UPI Viral, if you look at UPI, you would have studied. Originally, people felt UPI would disrupt Visa and MasterCard. Frankly, it did not. Credit cards went from 22 million to 60 or 80 million today. So everybody expanded the pie. It was an expansion of the pie game and not a replacement game. It was very important to understand that. Thank you.
Thanks, Pramod, and thanks for taking our questions as well.
I'm aware of time, and there are other. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, but thanks for taking our questions as well, and hopefully we really look forward to perhaps having you here at Engaging India at Almedalen, at Almedalen Week next. So maybe we should get in touch with you immediately after this. But thanks a lot for sharing your thoughts, and I'm going to now invite Sujit on stage. Sujit Nair again works very closely with digital public infrastructure, and he is also the CEO and the co-founder of FIDE, which is the Foundation for Interoperability in Digital Economy. Sujit, you're going to build on what Pramod has said and perhaps share with us a case study approach to how this works. We look forward to hearing from you, and this is the middle button is for your presentation.
Thank you so much, Rupali. Fantastic to be here. What a lovely place and a weather. Traveling through Europe for about a week, but being in Visby is a different experience altogether in Gotland and in the university campus is fantastic. I would like to thank His Excellency Ambassador for inviting me for this event. I've been here speaking online like Pramod, always wanting to be here, so here's the time I'm here. Thank you so much. And speaking after Pramod definitely makes my job a lot easier. And to your point, Rupali, I will definitely go through examples. I think what we heard from Pramod just now is essentially a way of thinking, a shift in approach of how we're looking at population scale problems. Definitely India has a lot of them. And solving for that by reimagining digital to this idea of digital public infrastructure. It's not a private infrastructure, it's not a private platform, but it's a bunch of blocks. And I think it's interesting times that we are living in when pretty much everything that we do as an economy, all the economies across the world and societies, their resilience and their evolution definitely goes through the digital corridor. Digital has a lot of say. The capacities of the economies to evolve and continue to grow and solve the problems, whether it's the access problems for the poor in India or the aging populations that we are seeing in parts of Europe. Digital has a phenomenal opportunity and also a sort of a threat in terms of how can shape the future. And I think this approach of digital public infrastructure is sort of reimagining that and saying that can we bring innovation in the context of the problems of that economy while also allowing for inclusion. Inclusion, fair play, free competition, etc. I think that's one of the essence. And I think one example that I would talk about of this happening as we speak is the story of the informal auto rickshaws or the three-wheeler taxi drivers in Bangalore. So they decided, they heard about Beacon Protocol, they heard about ONDC using Beacon Protocol, and they reached out and said, is it possible for us, because we are from this city, the customers who take rides on us are from the city, should we be dependent on a technology from somewhere else? Can we take this into our own hands and offer a digital that empowers us, gives choices to the customer, and make this happen? So what we are seeing is today a totally decentralized ride-hailing system, a decentralized Uber because of the Beacon Protocol, and I'll talk about that in a bit, where you have no intermediary in between. You have taxi drivers as the suppliers, you have the consumers on the demand side, they talk to each other in a peer-to-peer network. This is an idea that took off as a pilot in November last year, and I'm happy to report that we have clocked 3 million trips already in the last 8-9 months. The first million was clocked, as you can see the numbers there, about 6 months, and the third million in 20, and I think we are soon closing the 4th million in about 18 days or less. Now, this is a story of how we have enabled 70,000 taxi drivers receive over $7 million worth of revenue without any commissions, any big charges paid to anybody in the center acting as the innovating digital intermediary, right? Now, this is one way to imagine. At the same time, to put this in context and to promote response to Viral, it doesn't mean that somebody is getting displaced or the disruptor themselves are getting disrupted. This is, again, the story not of substitution or market expansion. This initiative is going to be part of a much larger formal network called ONDC, and I'll come to that in a bit. Probably I'll just take, I think I do. Yeah, Pramod spoke about it. This is a national scale initiative that's happening about how we imagined decentralized ride hailing. Can we imagine decentralized e-commerce for retail, for restaurants, for logistics, where if I am looking to buy something as a customer and the seller who's on any digital platform, not on the platform where I am on, we don't have to be on the same platform, but on different platforms and still discover each other without an intermediary. The same model being replicated across 200 cities today. It's kind of activated and saturating Bangalore as part of the beta filer that is currently on. But Namayatri, the previous example, is joining this formal network because both of them use Beacon Protocol. And interestingly, some of these ride-hailing companies too are joining. So Uber, Ola are all slated to join ONDC. Because as Pramod just said, it's about deepening access, widening access, making it more inclusive. And the shift that has happened is has given power back to the society, back to free competition, where there are open networks, digital infrastructure, with sort of unifying ground rules of how people interact without each sort of innovator solving it in silo or for their own benefit in a winner-take-all model. Now, this is possible because, if I can go back, sorry. I'm just being mindful of time. It's possible because of a very simple idea that you don't need to big, costly platforms or software. All it needs is actually deep thinking and building out standards, interoperable specifications, pretty much how the professors in the universities way back in 60s and 70s with packet switching and beyond thought about the protocols for the internet. All it required is to create this interoperable language, which was perhaps missing in the fabric of internet. Internet did not come with a buy or a sell button. Today, when you open a browser, you open up an internet banking site or an e-commerce, the browser wouldn't know the difference. So how do we make internet easily understand commerce? So Beacon is a sort of a standard on top of, you can imagine as top of internet, making even commerce interactions interoperable, decentralized, inclusive, and rapidly expanding. And the specifications, as Pramod just said, is fully open source. Globally, we have this adoption across multiple sectors. I'll just quickly jump onto that. So today, in India alone, we are seeing adoption across 10+ industries. Some of them are mentioned here, from mobility, grocery, food, logistics, EV charging, and microgrids, that is supplying energy back from your batteries into the grid. Healthcare, teleconsultations, we are looking at tele-law, skills and education, because fundamentally, what we are saying is there is a consumer-provider economic interaction. There's a producer-consumer economic interaction. Producer of learning, producer of healthcare, producer of content, producer of a mobility service. All of them can find each other without having to depend on somebody in the center. And the interesting part is these are not happening in silos. There is a combinatorial innovation happening. I can have all of this come together to offer a blended combinatorial experience. I can have an EV charging, also receive a coffee order if the EV charging is used by a delivery person on the bike. And that's possible so that you can bring all sorts of economic interactions seamlessly come through one fabric. And that's the fabric India is envisioning through ONDC, and for healthcare through Unified Health Interface as part of the largest health program in India, Ayushman Bharat Mission. These are some. And to your point, Rupali, about going beyond borders, we are seeing stories of students in Gambia trying to emulate mobility for Gambia. We're having conversations in Paris across culture, mobility. Of course, they have the big Olympic Games coming next year. How do we make the Paris region sort of enable the small businesses in Paris region and not just Champs-Élysées that gets the attraction of the tourists? We're talking about doing something with skilling and education in an Amazonian city called Belém. We're talking about doing mobility and hyperlocal in Amsterdam and so much more. Yeah, so I just thought I'll come here, talk about it, because definitely there's an opportunity for the conversations here in Almedalen in Sweden, and to see what can be done, and I'm looking forward to that. Thank you.
Well, thanks a lot, Sujit, and you're on another panel as well, so please be with us right here. Hope we do look forward to you are working with Paris and France and Gambia, and we do hope that there will be an opportunity for India and Sweden and perhaps Bangalore and Gotland to work together as well. Yeah, I'm going to call our next panel moderator, Jacob Hallenkreutz. Welcome, Jacob. Jacob is this group CEO of EPSI Rating and is going to hold the next panel for us on transitions and transformations. How do you create an ecosystem? How can Sweden and India work together? The floor is yours, Jacob.
Thanks for inviting me. I'm also an associated researcher here at Uppsala University, and I've been interested in organizational change research for some 20 years. And I guess we are, we live in a world of uncertainty and change, and we are running a little bit out of time. So let's keep this short and swift and crisp. So I guess the core question is, how can we together through ecosystems and networks accelerate sustainable change? So let's talk about that for the upcoming 30-ish minutes. So welcome, Cecilia Oskarsson, the Trade Commissioner of Sweden in India. Welcome. A little applause. Yeah, okay. Thanks. And Viral Thakur, welcome back again, Partner and Leader of Sustainability and Climate at Deloitte. Yes. And I also have a fellow researcher colleague from Swedish Institute for Quality, Professor Anders Fundin. Welcome. Yes, a big round of applause. Sujit, welcome back. Welcome back. And also Henrik Johansson, welcome back, CEO at Spaudi. And last but not least, Henrik Aspengren, researcher and project leader at Utrikespolitiska institutet, whatever that is in English. All right, just the first round. Please come back and we will have this nice and cozy Almedalen session here. So And I also like this Lord of the Rings metaphor that we have had this morning. Are we close to Mordor? What do we say about that? Or are you hopeful? Let's have a first check-in.
Testing, testing.
Yes, we have sound.
No? Yeah, no. Yep.
Yeah, but let's just share microphones. After all, we are collaborating, aren't we? So just a quick check-in on the topic as such. What's your sort of top of mind? Accelerating transformation through ecosystems. What's your first sort of take on that, if you just have a little check-in?
Okay, absolutely. I think ecosystems and platforms, that's the way to spearhead collaboration, but also sustainability and the change and the green transformation that is necessary, especially in India. And I think when we work together, India and Sweden, that's the way forward. So all for it. I also think today that sustainability thoughts is nothing that you can do if you wish. It's a necessity nowadays. So you need to be there, and you need to be prepared to also take a little bit of for that. So yes, for sure.
So Mordor is getting closer, but you're hopeful.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I'm always hopeful.
That's good. Viral, what's your take on it? You collaborate a lot with senior executives on the globe.
So, as all of you might know, all the analysis that needs to be done on climate change has already been done. The pathways are very clear. The challenge is how do we limit the effects of climate change to 1.5 degrees or as close, right? So all of the talking, thinking has been done. Now is the time for action. Action, by definition, will mean people exploring different ideas, some that might fail, but rapidly discovering what works and scaling, globally, because they're all connected. So if Sweden is completely transitioned to net zero, but the rest of the world hasn't, Sweden is still going to be impacted. So that point remains for each and every country out there. So the name of the game is going to be collaboration and really bringing ideas to scale as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Thanks. Anders, how can we close the knowing-doing gap?
Yes, thank you for that question, Jakob. Yeah, I'm very much into, as previous seminars we had on the inner life of organizations. Can we be more adaptable to change, being able to and cope with the change that we cannot affect? Actually, we need to take care of the change internally in organizations. And I always come back to, we have a certain structure, organization, teams, team leaders, managers. They probably have some kind of systematic improvements, plan, do, check, act, learning cycles, in the best cases. But what we often, it's easy to forget, but also that I think is also probably one of the main challenges, but probably the ones that need to give most priority to is the organizational culture. So how do we work with co-workers and members of the organization to really include them in the change work internally? Now I talk about the organizational change work. So I think that is my my big interest, but I also think it's a very big concern still.
Thanks.
Yep.
Sujit, yes, just it's we have a lot of options, you know.
Yeah, I know. I'm like hooked to one and have two to access, but probably I'll speak louder directly.
Yes, you're first to take, big issues.
Yeah. So I think I probably come from the perspective that we have been adopting in India on the digital infrastructure side, and I think elements of that playbook, which I think probably we can look at evaluating for some of these problems. I think with India in the last 15 years, as you heard from Mo, there's been a corridor for both problems and opportunities, right? All the big global problems go in some way or the other. So having that access always helps. But the way I think we sort of looked at these problems and solve is one, don't solve alone, distribute that ability to solve. I think that's what the whole building block DPA approach is. So we need to find a way to replicate that across multiple other disciplines. That's one that I can think of. The second thing, most of these problems are where the scale is a feature. It's not a bug, right? You have to focus on solving at scale. Small little pockets of excellence, or one corner optimizing and the other. So therefore, I think fundamentally the approach, what we can look at is to not think about scaling what works, but what works at scale. And again, that's the reason why we have DPIs. I know there's this kind of an interesting, funny analogy. They're saying that the fact that COVID virus is a single-strand DNA, all it would have taken to avoid the pandemic is for people to stop breathing for 5 minutes or 10 minutes. But the fact that we breathe, we have the pandemic, stop breathing. And that's the fact that it's a very small thing, but it used an irresistible medium of human breath to spread. But if you can use it for positive. So with UPI, I say UPI is the digital COVID virus that used a irresistible medium of mobile phones to create 9.5 billion transactions a month. So we need to find a much more scalable, low solutions to solve for this and distribute that ability to solve. I mean, this is I could use to probably look at these problems. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Henrik, let's start with Henrik and Spaudi. What's your take on this? Accelerating change through ecosystems.
Including. And guts to do things.
Yeah.
Because we already heard and we know data is there. We know the problems. We know all of that. It's about making a decision and try. So when we did this innovation in our company, I sat there with an idea and I said, let's try to do this. And everyone said, it's impossible. So,
of course it is.
Yeah, of course, that's why we should do it, because no one has done it before. And we think that this could be a solution on a big problem. And that big problem needs big thinking. So, and big thinking will not happen if you do it alone. Big thinking will happen if you talk with a lot of people and you engage with a lot of people. I'm thinking on some of the biggest inventions that we all are using daily. How come we are using that daily? Well, because it has delivered something of value that is here and now. So I think working with, like we do with innovation, we need guts to do and trial and error. And that means we need guts to do wrong, and we need to learn from doing that. And we need to continue on our path forward, never give up. And include everyone in your work. And everyone is, you know, we're talking about India and Sweden. I'm not talking about India and Sweden. I never do that. I'm talking about engaging with people, no matter who and where. I think that is the mindset. I'm coming from the mindset point of view on this. Yeah.
Thank you.
Henrik, would you like? Thank you. So I'm a trained historian working in the field of international relations. So at the Swedish International Affairs. So I would take a helicopter view of this. I do think about, you know, India, and I do think about Sweden, and I think it's really interesting to look at India from the specific point we are in history, because India's rise in the global system is, for the first time ever, a power that will be propelled by green growth in the coming decades. I think that's really important to have in mind here. Also, it's the first time in history where a power will be rising, where digital is really integrated in the rise. So we are on uncharted grounds here, and I think that is really striking. And it's also a time where the region, India and the Indo-Pacific, are not only takers of technology, as it has been, you know, previously in history. This region is in the forefront and co-producers, and this is also something we need to think about in our discussion about how we collaborate in the innovation systems.
Thanks. We also have a lot of good concrete examples. Cecilia, could you share with us examples where Sweden-India industry is given, where we've seen these green sustainable transitions taking place?
Absolutely. As we all know, India and Sweden have today celebrating 75-year diplomatic relations. We also have quite a few MOUs be a bit bureaucratic, but sometimes that is also the way to get the wheel spinning. And there are very successful MOUs, especially within energy, environment, and sustainable urban development that we should baseline out of. I think also we know Sweden has really been able to grow in a sustainable way, keeping up the economic winning. That is something I do believe that we can co-create and, as you also said, continue to develop together with India, but in an Indian context. So having said that, in India, we at Business Sweden, together with the Embassy of Sweden and the Consulate and also Energy Agency, we have created what we call the Sustainability Show, Sweden Sustainability by Sweden. And this is really an umbrella organization where we have a few different pillars. One is the India-Sweden Innovation Accelerator Program, where actually Spaudi has been one of our companies. It's a program that's been going on for more than a decade. That itself shows that it's super effective and successful. We have by now introduced more than 60 sustainable energy solutions into India. And again, it's not about implementing the Swedish solution directly. It's about co-creation and adapting the Swedish solution to the Indian environment to make it possible to use. That is one pillar. Another pillar that we just recently started is the Green Transition Partnership, where we, together with the Indian industry, take Swedish industry and again create solutions adapted to the Indian environment and also in the long run to the Swedish environment to help making sure that not only India will be carbon neutral, but also making sure that Sweden can keep up the good face that we already have.
Lovely. So co-creation is a key word. Vi är all out there forefront talking to business leaders. How can we, could you sort of elaborate on critical stakeholders and how we can enhance this co-creation even further?
Indeed. So let me take a business view for a second. So we clients and we speak to some of the most senior stakeholders, board members, CEOs, etc. So from an Indian business perspective, broad understanding and appreciation for for the magnitude of challenge, but also the opportunity. And what I mean by that is, if you look at the various scenarios, and there's a scenario which corresponds roughly, I think, to 3 degrees in temperature. If RCP6 materializes by 2070, India will lose on a cumulative basis, $35 trillion of GDP. Right? It has a potential to impact 80% of the economy, displace some 45% of workers, right? Because coastal regions will be most impacted. And this is heat stress, lower productivity, infrastructure stress, etc., etc. On the other hand, if you take actions early, then there is an incremental opportunity of $11 trillion. So while there's a big issue, there's also an opportunity. And all of that, the primary pathway is through decarbonization. 45% of that opportunity is in decarbonization. And if you look at the net zero company, that there's that last 25-26% that is not fully known because it's either sustainable aviation fuel or things like that aren't yet available at scale. So there is a pathway there are several pathways that are possible. There's a little bit of that unknown, and it's the unknown that we really need to come together to solve. And both, at the industry level and at the economy level, there is that appreciation. India also, by the way, imports 80% of its energy needs, so it's also good for energy security. So it's a base. So to that extent, the only way possible is through innovations and creating with either startups, academia, and not just limiting it to India, but literally all over the world, in particular Sweden. So that's really the thought process, at least in my mind.
Thanks. Anders, being research in the quality domain for some decades now, and focusing on business models and business excellence, how can business models be used to catalyze or enable a sustainable change?
Yes, that's a very good question. Our latest research is that we aiming for. I'm representing the Swedish business excellence model, Swedish quality management model from SIQ, Swedish Institute for Quality. And what we have done last year is looking at the results of a business excellence model. What do we want to achieve? We have 5 cornerstones there, or 5 dimensions. It's of course the customers and stakeholders, and it's of course the co-workers. But we also included the 3 dimensions of sustainability: economic, social, and environmental sustainability. And we give them all 3 same credits. So it has to be it's tricky, but balance those 3: social, environmental, and economic sustainability. It's not easy, but we believe or think or look at research that is the way forward. Balance those 3, and I think that is the biggest change we have made in the business excellence model last 30 years. So that's and that can be one way forward. But it's easy to that those sustainability dimension is making profit of each other, and that is not the way to go. I think they have to be a combination of those and in a balance.
Yeah, so we sort of extend from customer satisfaction to sort of societal prosperity and satisfaction.
Exactly. That's a good point. Previously we talked about satisfaction. Now we aiming for societal satisfaction, and that said, it makes it also more difficult how to measure customer satisfaction. What is societal satisfaction? When the number of stakeholders are increasing, that's not just a single customer anymore. That's so many more, and but that's go. I believe.
Yeah, it's multiple stakeholders to keep happy. But Sujit, you have also we heard you and talk about the societal impact of digital transformation. Could you perhaps comment on that? Can this be leveraged to a sort of a global or planetary scale?
So for sure, I think actually spoke about some of the societal impact with this public infrastructure. A few things that seem to be coming in a more recent conversation with us, and on the ideas of to the point that Viral also mentioned on the whole energy dependency. I'll just probably take this as an example to set a perspective of what we're talking about. So we have an opportunity here to looking at our energy demand and looking at consumers becoming co-producers as microgrids. This is a conversation that's just be picking up. Eventually, there is a transition to battery, EV charging, and battery-based energies across different fragmented units. The challenge, however, in harnessing bring energy back is this sheer fragmentation. Now, here's an opportunity for us to bring it together on a virtual decentralized energy warehouse and make that excess battery surplus available to kind of create local consumption and local production happen. It's a kind of way of connecting the dots, aggregating through interoperability and not promoting an aggregator. The decentralized energy warehouse is a fascinating concept that a week ago we started picking up conversation. And the work that we did with EV charging on Beacon, the same thing is using for that bidirectional energy flow. And possibility, and somebody was saying, if you were to take account of all the battery energy reservoir India has, as of today, it's significant number in double digits of the installed capacity of energy in India. So that itself can cause significant displacement. If you go for localized energy grids, microgrids, energy cooperatives, we have the famous milk cooperative Amul in India. So that's one of the ways which can be further replicated as we transition, non-carbon emissions. Yeah.
Cool. Henrik, number 1. We talked about, no, that's number 2. You're number 1. We talk about inclusion. And you also told, we learned that the smallholder farmers produce 1/3 of the global food here. And how can that be a sort of leverage? How can it be viable from an entrepreneur's point of view? Can it be sort of expanded also?
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. I would say if we can't fix that we will have a significant problem to handle. So we need to fix it. And when talking about, we have heard something about the cloud and the IT and all of that. Big data, that is important, because big data, on that you can analyze and you can understand and you can build and you can leverage your own technology or whatever you work with, your business model, for example. So this group that is remote, very remote, that we are working with, we are putting an opportunity to them to provide big data among each other. That is data in terms of best practice, sharing your knowledge, but also sharing your needs, so that we can find a way to distribute what they need to grow even better in the future. So building communities and make sure that the data is transparent, so that people that sits around and have brilliant ideas have a network to hook into, and they can go out and do some piloting, taking a region, whatever, and test. It's all about, you know, having the encourage to test, do the investment, initial investment, test, and let people give the feedback, but not only to you. You need to share. Open source has to be also with your business. I see it. If we can have the guts to place our business model as an open source thing, I think we will be able to walk a little bit faster.
Cool. There are a lot of opportunities out there, Henrik. How can we catalyze all this even further, even more?
Right. I think if I would try to pick up on your Tolkien.
Yes.
And try to...
Who is Gollum?
Yeah, try to connect all the dots here. I think, and coming back to India, I think we could think about India in the international relations as the Tom Bombadil. I don't know if anyone knows Tom Bombadil. It's an ancient figure in Tolkien's universe, who is very independent-minded. And I think when we look at how India builds its international partnerships, it is very independent-minded. It's not following any coalitions. So I think working with India on India's terms is very important. And I will not do the global sort of outlook here, but those would be my parting. Think about Tom Bombadil.
Who is Sauron, by the way? But anyway, I think no one will kill us if we actually up a little early. So perhaps we will just check out if you would give us your best, success factors and pitfalls. I think we all agree on that we need to accelerate change, and that there is a knowing-doing gap that needs to be closed, and that there are both opportunities and threats out there. So success factors and pitfalls when moving forward together.
Yeah, I think what we really need to take advantage of is what we said earlier today, that there are a huge startup scene in India, and that we have gone from barely 500 startups just 5, 6, 7 years ago. Now see 75,000 startups. We see 105 unicorns. I think this is where we should tap in from the industry. Big industry names which have been, from a Swedish perspective, in India for up to 120 years, like Ericsson. They should really tap into this scene. And the same goes opposite. The Indian conglomerates should use the Swedish startup scene and use the startup there to continue to spearhead the innovation, the sustainable innovation, but also the green transition.
Success factors and pitfalls from your point.
So let me talk about pitfalls for a second.
Yes, that's fun.
Just to be the devil's advocate or the pessimist here. In my mind, if we don't set ourselves a specific target, right? So both targets, output targets, and outcome targets. That, in my mind, would be something that would limit us. Because while I don't believe in setting artificial targets, but we do need to think about, okay, so with conglomerates on both sides, startups everywhere, can we have X startups that are into conglomerates? And sometimes you almost have to, companies to come together with startups. If needed, provide additional mentoring, seed cap, whatever that might be needed. But then really get people to commit to taking some of these actions, identifying the results, and then like, okay, this is what we achieved, and can we take these learnings and scale? If not, it's okay to drop, but then let's move on to the next. Almost in cohorts of some of these incubation ideas. So that would be my kind of best case forward. If we don't do some of these, then it'll just be a lot of conversation.
Yeah. Thanks. Anders.
Okay. My takeaways from here also is that there's some keywords. It's first is inclusiveness. The second is transparency. I heard that. I think that's two good words that I bring from here. And pitfall. I think a pitfall could be being adaptable to change, cope with change. I think we also need to see failure is something good. So if we just do planning and don't do, we never fail. So I will also take away that failure could actually be the best teacher, adaptable to change, trial and error.
Thanks. Sujit?
Yeah, so just 3-4 messages from my end. One, I think there has to be a scale thinking. There has to be almost obsession for scale. The problems are of that scale. So we need to get scale. So scale begets scale. If you can, so what UPI created, others are set in motion. So scale begets scale. You can create a complete revolution, cycles of exponential growth. Second is, of course, you need to look at this idea of working collaboratively. Okay, you cannot be doing it alone. You have to work together and make sure that this inclusion, and there has to be a deep conviction for that. And not deep pockets always, but deep conviction. As you could see the numbers, we just spent a little less than $1 billion to get something going. So it requires that. And also think about, when you're talking about big problems, solutions have to be big. The solutions could be small. Actually, the footprint becomes smaller if you're wanting to solve exponential scale problems. So those are 3 things that I would be mindful of being part of this conversations.
Thanks.
One thing that makes me very with India is the young population. And you said it, Cecilia, startups is coming every day. And I can assure you, the ones that are starting companies from generations like I'm 3 steps behind them, they are thinking completely different. Completely different. How do they do business? How do they make decisions? Open source for them was in their diapers when they were like this. Everything is one click away. I think we that are a little bit older, we need to adapt, we need to understand, we need to bring in these young people, we need to encourage them, because the one that understands the power in their global thinking, because they have friends all over, and take advantage of that. I think we need perhaps one more generation to adapt, but that will all sit in the back seat. And if we do understand that that will be the case, and we would like to be the driver, we need to encourage them, those people. I think it's quite crystal.
Thanks.
Well, I think doing what we are doing here today, perhaps bringing together representatives from different sectors. So one sector that I miss out in this conversation is the political side. I think bringing politics as such, party politics, but the political side to things, I think is also very important. So come together, facilitate dialogue. I think that is crucial.
Thanks. So, wrapping up, collaboration, co-creation, inclusion, and transparent. Thanks. And do what we're about to do now. Stop talking, start doing, perhaps. United we stand, divided we fall. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, thanks a lot, Jacob, and thank you, panelists, for a very, very interesting discussion and sharing your insights. We're going to take the next couple of minutes, maybe about 3 to 4 minutes to wrap up. Can I please call Professor Uwe Ronstrom and Dr. Swaminathan Ramanathan for the wrap-up session, and from there we can, of course, move on to lunch.
One important thing. I want to start by thanking all the participants, all the speakers, and there's a lot to think about. I have written several pages of notes here. From what I hear is there are a few things. One of the words, maybe the most important word to me here, is something about scale. Not but scale. It's often mixed together, but we are talking about scale. So on the one hand, there is a necessity to scale up solutions. On the other hand, like scale up, for example, scale up solutions in terms of thought architecture or a thought infrastructure and share. So this seems to be a very, very important step forward, one area to scale up. On the other hand, we have heard several instances, several presentations on the necessity to scale down, to get down to hands-on practicalities, to provide food and water, different things. And one of the ways to scale down is to provide building blocks that can be used, as we heard, in terms of Lego. So Lego is a very nice way to scale down things, of course, and then we must recognize that these are not two ways, but they do come together as Lego. It's a very scaled up thing, but it makes it possible for kids to build themselves at home, scale down. So building the big motorways out there is necessary to make things happen locally. So they go together. This thought architecture, what I'm also hear is that in this thought infrastructure of the new world, we need politicians, yes, we need politics, yes, we need a lot of new policies, yes, and thinking about economy, but also philosophers, religious leaders, other leaders that we need to try to incorporate this also, not only the politics, but also the philosophers, the humanists, the thinker, to create this infrastructure of thought. So one world, there is where we began, but is the problem to handle the existing geopolitical realities, and those realities go in another direction also, around fragmentation, sectoralization, and as we know also conflicts, wars around geopolitical issues. So that is also another area, and we need to address that we are in the middle of a world that this one world is also fragmentized and sectoralized very much, and that will also continue. And to end, I'm happy that, I'm astonished that the metaphor of Frodo and the Lord of the Rings has been working all through. But I want to underline that we are all Frodos. We want to be Frodos. We want so much, very much, to be one of the fellowship of the ring, things happen. But we must remember that this fellowship of the ring and the Frodos are also Sauron at the same time. And the fellowship of Sauron, we are our own enemies. So what we do is we who have made the world what it is now, and it is we that will have to take us out of here, the same person. So this duality and scaling up and scaling down and this coming together might also be an organization on the other hand. So this is why we need, I think, the thought infrastructure that can make this make something good out of this for us. This very ambivalent world.
Thanks, Uwe. I think it's always very difficult to follow up with what Uwe says, right? So he sort of covers everything, and it's like it's tough to match up to him. But I'll try my level best. I think one of the key things that we initially, and Uwe has been an integral part of engaging India at Almedalen from the beginning, has been sounding board for a very long period of time, has taken on ideas. So one of the key things that we started off with saying that how do we sort of really concrete helix model. 4 years back, we were hearing a lot about the triple helix model, the government, industry, academia, research institutions. And then we said that we did that, and then we said we need to do something more. And we went to what was called as the quadruple helix model, which included media and culture, and Uwe being an ethnologist brought in that angle. Last year, we finished by saying that we will try and get the quintuple model. We need to give ecology, planet, environment a voice, right? Of course, the voice seems to be coming through us. It's still a human perspective, but we need to give that a voice. And I think it's coming through more and more clearly. That's one theme, heartening theme that I'm taking away from this year's edition, where we've really brought the fact that the planet is also a stakeholder and we are part of it, and so are the others. That's one. The second is that I think Mayank and the Honorable Ambassador brought it out in their own way, and Sujit then later on brought it out, which was about an India 2.0 and a co-operating system and a different stack architecture. I think it came through. And I think the key take that I'm bringing to, which I think Uwe and we've talked about scale and size and the difference between it, is the potential for non-linear growth and explosion. And I know that when I use the word Cambrian explosion, Sujit and Pramod and all will have a smile on their face, because that's one of the key thought architecture, saying that how do you do ecosystem in a way where you're able to allow the ecosystem to develop on its own. That's the Cambrian explosion, biological, so to speak, or the Big Bang, right? You had small things and then everything exploded in a way that we know. So is there a way to go ahead and use that and that thought architecture to go ahead and bring in a non-linear growth that is sustainable, that's friendly to the planet, but at the same time allows everyone to sort of go ahead and be part of? So it's almost like creating an ecosystem, but seeding it. So your job is that one of seeding, not to over-design it, but neither to under-design it. So the whole idea of balance and lagom that Mayank brought about, and the Indian thought architecture of zero and circularity engineering, that's the second big thing. And the third one is very clearly, how do you sort of now move beyond conversations? Because we've done 4 years of conversations, but I think the need for concrete action is out there. This are all coming out, right? So we've heard about the problems of sustainability, planet, etc. But how do we sort of really move towards concrete solutions? And Raine talked about the fact, talk about concrete solutions till you don't have a common understanding of what is sustainability. And I think it's time, in many ways, I think I look at it as an opportunity. There are challenges, but each challenge is also an opportunity. So maybe next year we will try and see if we can get to some more concrete place. We can get some, as Viral was saying, that can we sort of do startups? Can we do is coming together and all? So I've got the boss going ahead and saying that be done with it. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for being patient and being with us. Thank you.
Well, thank you, everyone. And I know it's been a very intensive session. So thank you for staying with us early morning. And we do have our speakers will be joining us for lunch and then a workshop to head that way. That's happening at C10. And that was, of course, with registration and pre-invitation. So people who know they need to be there, please be there. So thank you so much, and look forward to seeing all of you next year as well for Engaging India at Almedalen. We will have a lot more exchanges in this 1 year to the next Almedalen, but we'll be in touch on mail on what we are doing on that. Thank you. And thank you, Ambassador, once again for joining us. Thanks.
Testar. Testar. Soundcheck.